Wow.
Yeah.
I can't say that name. Is it La Quique?
All right, nerd. Let's go. You're up. Prove it, Tempe.
Damn. How do I do this? Oh no. Oh man, you caught me on the spot. I don't know what to say. Uh,
There's no way for me to catch you on the spot about what you believe. Like, you already believed it right before you came in the room.
I mean, kinda. I guess the question itself for me is wrong, in my opinion. Or the affirmation actually, because it's not really a question.
So, in that
But
form, are you saying you can't prove it?
mm, yeah, I guess.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Now, what form can you prove it in?
Absolutely dominated.
Okay, so how can I prove that's the question?
Well, you're saying you can prove it in a form, just not in the one I'm asking. So, how would you prove the existence of a God thing in some other form?
What I meant to say was like the question itself is wrong. What I would ask if I was to ask this question would be, is there a way that you can prove anything that you can see, touch, smell, or logic in?
Yeah, it's called shared interrelated experience.
So how can you prove that?
Shared interrelated experience.
Solipsism.
Solipsism.
We're having a shared, like you're having an experience, I'm having an experience. So it's shared because it's interrelated.
So is there any word that I can say that will pass my experience to you?
Cognitively, no. You could give me coordinates or something like that. You could give me, you could give me words that get me to that.
Okay.
Like, for example, there is an overweight blue healer with luxating patellas.
Okay.
Right, in a vacuum, that's just like, yeah, okay. Right, but if I go right there, referring to my dog, well, now there's a GPS coordinate associated. There's like there's a meta tag, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Like, because my dog's real and she's right there and she's got bad knees, so she's a little overweight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's a shared interrelated experience, but there's a barrier for you in that my dog is right here and she's not over there. So you can't just look over there and see her. But my dog exists in such a way that if you came to her coordinate, you'd see her. So I could say, hey, here's my address. And then you could come over and you could see my dog. So theoretically you could, but it would have to be a reasonable thing. Like if I said my dog's on the other side of the sun, well, yeah, you would have every reason to object. You'd be like, yeah, that's bullshit. It's just bullshit. Right? Because I put my dog's location outside of possible locations.
Doesn't that imply that the only way that I can see if you're saying the truth or not is by like using my senses?
Theoretically, yeah, some aspect of your being would have to interact with the reality where you would come to conclude that within your internal structure, within your own dialogue, you're experiencing the thing that I'm alleging. And then that's what would indicate to you that it's an interrelated experience, that I'm experiencing the thing you're experiencing. So theoretically, you could be a pedantic dick and not believe that I have an overweight dog with bad knees. You could do that, and then I would have to do the hard work of like proving it. I'd have to show her to you, right? I couldn't give you a logical argument. I couldn't be like, premise 1, I have a dog bowl. Premise 2, there's a little bit of food left in it and it's fresh. Conclusion, I have a dog that I can't get there, right? That's just, I'm building premises, sure. But you're asking me to prove that I have the dog, and you're asking for that visceral information, which you should be, because that's my claim. My claim is such that I'm experiencing her. I'm seeing her, tasting her, touching her, all that stuff, right? Like she is a visceral part of my experience. And when I say she exists, I'm conveying that message to you in a manner that you would agree. You would agree. If you were here, you would agree.
Okay. So what would be the first premise that you stand upon? The one that you can't really question and you need to assume because you don't really know.
Wait, what premise for what argument?
For everything that you find meaning in your life, in your eyes, in your hearing, in your...
I don't build arguments for meaning, dude. I'm not a robot. I'm a human being.
I didn't say meaning in the sense of like mystical things. I said it like the reason you can reason. Do you understand that?
Because I have a brain. I'm a monkey.
Okay, but what is the stance of a monkey eventually building reasoning? What is the...
Hold on. Do you agree or disagree? I don't see it here. Look, I'll answer a bunch of questions so long as before we pivot to the next question, I know whether you agree or disagree with what I just said.
Disagree with what? With the premise, the capacity of seeing
What I just
stuff
said.
that you can
You
prove?
said, "How do I know stuff?" And I said, "Because I'm a monkey with a brain."
Okay, I agreed.
Right. So
I just followed your
we're
reasoning.
monkeys with brains. That's how we think. It's trivial, right?
Oh,
Seems trivial to me.
okay.
Like I just feel like I'm thinking, and then I also realize that I'm a monkey, and part of that is having a big brain, and that's what I'm doing. I'm using my big brain to think.
Okay. My first question was, what is the one thing that you can't really question and you can't really prove? What is your first assumption?
I don't do that. I
So,
don't need assumptions in order to think. I don't know what does that mean. I don't know what does that mean.
okay.
It's not what I do. Do you do that?
I assume that I exist.
I don't do that. Some nerd realized that that shit was true one day and he wrote that shit down. Okay, and then everybody since then's been talking about what that nerd said. But I think we all already know that we exist, bro. Like we all just did that. It's just he kind of codified it. He was like the first dude to be like, "Yo, I think, therefore I exist." He was just like the first guy to do that, and then the next guy was like, "Huh, yeah, yeah."
But even in what Descartes said, it was his assumption. He didn't really say that there
I don't
needed
think
to be
that's an
proof.
assumption. He has evidence for that. He was sitting there, baked out of his fucking mind, staring at the stars, and it just dawned on him. He had the evidence, right? He was looking out at the stars, high as fuck, with that blunt in his hand, dude. Just kicked back with that 40, right? And he just realized that, holy shit, this whole time I've been having evidence of my existence in reality. Damn. Right? And it blew his mind. But he had the evidence was there the whole time, staring him right in the fucking face. All reality and shit, dude, all up around him, tickling him and stuff. It's right there. It just, he had to get high, I guess. I don't know what was wrong with him. It took him a while.
So you think that the proof that Descartes used to realize an existence is that he could see and use his senses to
It's an axiom. Yeah, it's axiomatic. It's like self-evident. It's brute fact, if you will. It's just, it's there. It's like, what are you actually questioning? You questioning that you're having an experience? What the fuck point is that? You would need an experience to come to the realization of that. So you just got to bake it in, dude. It's like you can't help but experience until you can't experience no more, and then you're not experiencing. It's just a function. It's like rigidity, right? Bones just can't help it, dude. It's just their structure. They're just rigid.
I don't know if we read the same book, but at least in the one that I read, Descartes said that he was trying to see what would be the rest after he took out all of this sensitive things, which means like everything that he could hear, see, smell.
Oh no, that's why I don't deal with Descartes. I acknowledge the axiom, but I say it's not enough because I'm having an experience of other things that aren't me. It feels like that's my sensation. I'm feeling like you're not me, bro. My experience is telling me that there's something different about me and you. So I just presuppose my existence. I just say, hey, I exist and I use my senses to experience reality. You exist and you use your senses to experience reality. Those are two presuppositions. My third presupposition is a we concept, because both of us exist and we both have different advantages. We can bring different information to the table for consideration. So it's a add-on to perspective. It enriches our information access, and what it gives us is interrelationship that allows us to fact check shit. We get to fact check our assumptions, our presuppositions. We get feedback. If we just buy into the idea that you're a different person than me, and we just collaborate, we can work together and do big things. And I think that's where humanity is really at. Is humanity's not about what one monkey can do up inside his brain. Humanity is about what all the monkeys do in the world together, right?
So those are your three assumptions: that I exist,
Well,
that you
they're
exist,
for
and that we
you. They're
exist.
not really for me, because I'm foundationally an empiricist. But when someone asks me why am I an empiricist, I say because the only coherent pathway to any philosophical position is going to be by entry port of my experience. It's going to be my experience. Absent my experience, I have nothing to discuss because I have no I. There is no I. I am not, right? With absent inexperience. So I just put it as my foundation. That's my starting point. My presuppositions in Descartes' axiom are not my starting point. They're just a reason why my starting point is foundationally as an empiricist.
Oh, that's interesting. So, are you capable of seeing, like, reality from other points of view beyond your own?
By vicariously through you, yeah.
So, if your assumption that you and I exist are wrong, could you?
Well, that's an
believe in
assumption
that?
for you. I don't deal with it as an assumption. I put it forward as a presupposition. You either accept it or you don't. In the event that you don't accept any one of those presuppositions, we just don't have a conversation. I don't talk to people that would deny either my existence, their own existence, or our existence. If you deny any one of those three things, I have no interest in talking to a brain dead pea zombie or some shit like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So all of my interlocutors are required to accept I exist, you exist, and we exist. From there, once you accept that, there's nothing to talk about. Not on that level. We're done talking about that. We could talk about the experience, but you already accept that we're having an experience.
Mm. Okay. So that's why I thought the question was wrong. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's why
Probably don't
foundationally.
have the same line of. Okay.
What's that? Sorry, I interrupted. I didn't hear that.
I guess I don't have the same line of reasoning as a starting point as you. So.
I think you do. I think you've been just trained through inculcation to accept a lower standard for some topics, very few topics, and you use different standards for other topics. Like if I said to you, I believe dogs exist, the question on my interlocutor that I say that to about asking me questions about physicality, like where, who, what, when, where, why, and how, are obviously valid questions to ask about anything being asserted as an extant, right? This is just of any object A. If you say that it exists, you can ask the who, what, when, where, why, and how. Those are valid questions. And if you don't have an answer to those questions, that's going to damage your credibility and represent it. No one says that you have to have all of them, but you have to have a certain set of them. Like if you say something existed, you don't have the where. That's huge. That's like a critical one right there. That's basically foundationally fucked. Now, if you don't have the when, okay, we could tolerate when something existed and why one's not there right now. We can tolerate the when, right? We could tolerate who's, what's can come in very ambiguous form. Like there can be a thing that exists and you have no fucking clue what the thing is, but since you know where the thing is, you're set. Because that's all you're trying to do when you're trying to prove the claim of something exists. You're only really trying to give location and ontology, and that's baked into the what, right? When we get to the who, what, when we get to what, that's what we'll discuss in the ontology. The when, where, why, and how, those are all relevant questions also in their time. But if we have yet to establish ontology, which is the where, right, then our what epistemology is irrelevant. That's the point of Igtheism, is that you could say anything you want about unknown object X, and absent the experience of unknown object X, there's not going to be a way to validate your claim, so it's going to be a non sequitur. And since that's true, it's going to be true of the negation as well. So I give the example, if you say God is blue, since it's a non sequitur, that's not true. But if you also say God is not blue, that's a non sequitur, and it's also not true. So you have a contradiction here. A thing absent in experience, and without that logical bridge, that entailment, that experience, without that, you just have vapid, inane comments that really mean nothing, right? Because they don't actually mean the words you're using. You're wanting to tell me God's blue, but it don't mean a wave length of light. You want to tell me God's 37 kilograms, but it doesn't mean a mass gravity interaction, right? You don't mean it those ways. You want to say it exists, but you don't want to say physically, right? But that's the only way that we even interact with the word exist is physically. Exists is a metaphysical concept that references things that exist. That's what exist means. The objects of reality are what exist because they're the ones that have the properties that we would discuss, like blue in 37 kilograms. So absent the thing, everything you say is a non sequitur. So that's why I'm saying you can't prove it.
Can't you just act like everything exists, not necessarily believe fully?
Yeah, I guess act would probably be a better way because I always give the example of like if I ask my interlocutor, have you ever been to a new city? And they usually say, yeah. And I say, have you ever driven in that new city? And they say generally, yeah. And then I say, have you ever turned left? And they'll usually say, yeah. And I'll say, when you turn left and you look down that road, did you systematically categorize every object as whether you accepted it existed or not? Or did you just buy into that bullshit as soon as you started seeing down that street? And the answer is usually the second, that you just buy into that bullshit as soon as it's part of your experience. You don't generally walk around questioning things that exist. They're just already things you assume exist because you're experiencing them. So yeah, we do act on that. Act is more of an appropriate word because it's a way that our bodies are informing our consciousness and our contemplative side, our conceptual side. It's cognitive information. So yeah, it's more akin. Cognitive information is probably more akin to an act.
So I guess that I agree with you. We agree on that because I don't necessarily have different standards for different things. I just act like I believe everything exists because it's more effective.
Well,
I don't
no, I'm
really
saying you
need to
act
think about it.
like the beaver is a large rodent of the genus Castor, having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, and a flat tail, and it's noted for its ability to dam streams and rivers. Because you observe the beaver being a large rodent of the genus Castor, having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, it's literally the object is the meaning. When you're talking about objects in reality, the object is the meaning of itself. That's where the meaning is. But since we communicate symbolically, we fuck that up immediately. As soon as we try to talk about something and put it in language, we fuck it up. We're making a map, right? We could provide you the territory. We could just show you the beaver, and you'll understand beaver. It'll be the animal right in front of you, looking at you like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Right? Like, fuck off, monkey. Right? It'll be doing that, and you'll be looking at the beaver. Everybody's looking at this fucking beaver, and we're understanding the beaver from our angle. Like I'm seeing its butt, so it's mostly the backside and the tail. You're seeing its front, so you mostly get the big, teeth and the webbed feet, right? So we're at our vantage, but it is what it is, and that's the meaning of it. And our words only attempt to convey that feeling that we get when we're observing it. The feeling like it's a brown animal, the feeling like it's got big teeth. Right? That's a feeling, a sensation that you're getting from one of your sensory data inputs. So it's non-arbitrary. That information, how you're observing the beaver, is non-arbitrary. Because that's the interrelated. You can go, hey, do you see the beaver? And I'm going to go, yeah, I see the beaver. That's interrelated.
I guess that counts for specific. No, I guess not. Never mind, it doesn't. Now that I start to think about it.
But see, you're playing the trick of when you say there is a God, you don't mean the word there. That's an ambiguous word that you don't mean, because there means location, right? Means I get to ask where, necessarily. If I say there is a dog, you get to ask where. That's a necessary entailment. The logical necessity that all theirs have wheres. But you see what I'm saying? But you want to trick, and it's just how you've been trained to do it by your elders. You're tricking me into thinking the concept of there is a God, but in that ambiguous anywhere. You mean anywhere or somewhere. That's the word you should be using. But you've been trained to just pick the word there because that sneaks it in under the radar. but it's doing a lot of work once it gets under the radar. Once you start saying there is a God, you baked in the ontology. You've constructed the ontology right there just by the concept of there rather than the cognition of there, because there is part of cognition. It's not part of conceptualization. When we give GPS coordinates or directions like north, that's part of the concept. But there is part of the thing's ontology, right? You are an object in space-time in a particular location. That location is part of what you are. It just is. Like your occupation in space-time is part of what you are. You're a spatio-temporal object.
I guess my most precise sentence would be, there could be a God. Not necessarily there is.
Yeah, but what would that even mean? It would mean the thing. It's like saying, let's imagine we go back 20,000 years and we've never seen a beaver. And I say, well, there could be a beaver. And you'd be like, well, what is a beaver? Right? And then imagine if I just out of nowhere, just out of fucking nowhere, defined a beaver. 20,000 years before we ever found a beaver, I defined it as a large rodent of the genus Castor having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, and a flat tail, noted for its ability to dam streams and rivers. You would think I'm having some prophecy from the fucking aliens or some shit, right? That would be the only way to explain how a 20,000-year-old primitive before we found beavers nailed the definition of beaver. Like, how the fuck, dude? That's like prophetic powers right there. That 20,000 years in the future, on a whole nother continent, monkeys were traversing through some swamp and came across a brand new animal. Somehow I nailed it. That's just not how we define stuff. We define all those intricate properties of beavers just by looking at the fucking thing. That's why it's the meaning. The descriptive definition is the placeholder linguistic reference for the referent beaver. But beaver means beaver. Like the actual animal means beaver.
So, do you believe that we can't find the meaning of something before we actually empirically find it?
It'll be a
With
non
our eyes
sequitur,
and
is
so
what I'm arguing. And since it's a non sequitur, it entails would entail a contradiction. If you try to assess the truth value, you would get that the proposition is as likely to be wrong as it is true if you're only evaluating it on that merit alone. If you start bringing in like physics or something, that's going to change the metric.
Why?
But just in a vacuum, if you just say, hey, unknown object X is all powerful. Okay, well, nuh-uh, right? That's equally likely. It's an unknown object. So its negation is equally, it has to be a known object so that you have justification of why you're saying it's all powerful or whatever property you're giving it, that it's got a flat tail, right? Could it be the case that 20,000 years ago that dude fucking nailed it? Sure. Out of some weird stroke of the imagination, this primitive dude nailed the definition, but you and I wouldn't agree that he was defining a beaver. Some weird shit went down, and he won the Powerball equivalent of defining an animal. He won the Powerball of that. But just because I win the Powerball, I don't get to say I knew the numbers. That's not a logical entailment. It's a lot harder to draw the analogy when we're talking about a descriptive definition of an animal, but it's analogous. It's to say that if 20,000 years ago I perfectly defined something, bro, that's just me using my imagination and landing on an actual animal that existed. And the actual animal and my descriptions are two entirely different things, not to be conflated as one and the same. It will be odd how they overlap and they're so coincidental.
So, why do you believe that when you put physics, it is different, as you said?
Physics isn't different. That's one of the functions of symmetry in the universe, is that it's invariant.
I heard you say that, like, when you put physics in those statements, it becomes a bit different.
Oh, because you're changing the metric. Because like if you just say God is equally likely to be blue as it's not blue, in a vacuum, that statement would just entail that both are non sequiturs, and you can't really evaluate that, right? But let's say we live in a universe where blue is impossible to be. You can't be blue. Blue is just not a function. And blue is impossible. Then when we make the statement, God is just as likely to be blue as not blue, that's just not true. But it's not true by a different metric. It's not true nomologically because we're saying that reality functions that no thing can be blue. And since we're also alleging that God is blue, we would know that God is not blue, or that God does not exist. And if it does exist, it exists as a color non-blue. So that's why I'm saying that physics changes it, because physics opens up what we call nomological possibility, where, like, if I asked you logically, is it possible for you to jump to the moon? The answer is yeah. There's no contradiction to you jumping the moon. I would have to say you jumped to the moon and you didn't jump to the moon at the same time in the same sense. That would be a contradiction logically. But if I said to you, you can't, it's a contradiction for you to say that you could jump to the moon, but I mean that nomologically. What I'm saying is you as a monkey lack the power to generate and launch yourself all the way to the moon. You just can't. That's impossible. It's not contradiction impossible. It's impossible because of the parameters we know of reality, that your bones and muscles just can't do it.
Okay. So going back to your first statement that you said that when, like, everything that you can't really know something unless you empirically see it, right? Like, know about something.
Well, you
Anything
can't
that
know
exists in
something
the-
about reality. So nature, external reality,
Okay,
if
okay.
it's not part of your experience, is what I'm saying.
Okay. But haven't we discovered black holes before we actually saw them?
No, we predicted them in the math, and then only recently produced verifiable empirical evidence of them, like observation.
So you can use physics or logic to like predict something.
Oh yeah, you could use fucking dog shit reasoning to make predictions. That's why I was saying, like, this primitive who nailed the Powerball of defining beavers. I don't know what that dude did, but you know, he did use science. He still got the conclusion somehow. So have you heard of the fallacy?
No, I don't know.
So if I say premise 1, orange is cheese, premise 2, all dogs like tomorrow, conclusion 2 + 2 = 4. Now, my conclusion is right. And obviously my argument's fallacious as fuck, right? So there being a fallacy in my argument doesn't mean that my conclusion is wrong.
Okay.
So yeah, you could nail truth and facts and all that shit, and bumblefuck your way into it, man. Like, you don't really got to know proper methodology to figure stuff out. You were a baby at one time, and you thought you know it would be a good idea for you to just ram fist your hand into your mashed potatoes.
Okay. Just to be clear, so you believe that you can logically predict something that you haven't seen yet, right?
Based on a prior. So like Bayesian reasoning. Like, you didn't know what was going to happen before you slapped them mashed potatoes. So you did it. You just went out on a limb, you did it, and then you felt the smashy smushiness, right? Now that's a prior. Now you could be like, well, if I do that again, it's going to feel mushy. You do it again and it affirms, right? You're like, yeah, this is definitely mushy stuff. It looked mushy and I was right. It's definitely mushy.
Okay.
Is there a problem with that reasoning?
No, I don't. I was just gonna ask, like, if we are able to create a simulation that is as perfect of a reality as ours, would that imply that we could live in one?
I wouldn't care. Reality is reality no matter how it comes.
So if there was somebody that could control our simulation, would that be a god?
I don't really care about these kind of hypotheticals. You're just saying if. If what?
Yeah.
If the thing you're imagining, we're trying to find if there's reason to imagine that way. Right? Is it reasonable for us to ask that question? Can my dog carry my car to the store if it runs out of gas? Can I throw my car in the back of my dog? We could ask that. We could ask that question. We could sit here and we'd be like, hey, if my car runs out of gas, how do I get my car to the store to get more gas? Somebody could be like, well, could we throw it on the back of your dog? We could ask that question. And we could say, hey, well, no, actually we can't do that. But how did we reach the conclusion no? Well, cars are really heavy and dogs typically can't hold that much weight. So this is we already know stuff, and we're only asking about a recombination. We're recombining the things we already know. We're moving what we already know around. We're not coming up with new information here when we're asking the question, can my dog carry my car to the store? There's no new information. When we reached the conclusion, no, we gained no new information. That was already baked into the information that we had. We just assembled it in such a way that it revealed information to us. But it was already in there. If my dog, if in the data for dogs was the strength of a fucking rhino, then we would reach the conclusion that, yeah, that's an option. We could just throw the car in the back of your dog and we could get there. And we would use the same value metrics and assessments in both scenarios. But it's because we have those priors and we can test that. And so those become reasonable questions that we can test at, and it's as opposed to, like, we're using our priors to ask the question. We're not inventing priors in the form of the question. And that's what you want to do. You want to use the question itself as your prior when you say, well, what if God is this property? Okay, well, you're asking me to assume that whatever property you have is a prior. And then, yeah, it works. Look at that. It fucking works if that's the case. But that's what we're questioning it. Is it even reasonable to assert that gods can create realities? Is that reasonable? I don't know if that's fucking reasonable.
That we can create a simulation.
I don't know if they can do simulations. I don't know if they can carry a car on the back of their back if it runs out of gas, bro. You want me to just bake in the prior so that I'll engage with you, and that's just circle jerking. I'm asking you, can we use it as a prior? Is that even is God and simulation even in the same arena like dog and pack mule for 2,000-pound, machine? Those aren't in the fucking department. There are pack mules for that kind of weight. Dogs are not in that category. Are gods? Can gods carry weight?
What is the analogy again? Dogs and God? I forgot.
Well, I'm just saying, we can reasonably ask a question like, can your dog carry your car to the store? Even though it's an unreasonable, we know the conclusions of reasonableness. No. We can ask that question because we already know what dogs are, and we already know what cars are. We have priors to those already, so it's reasonable to ask me that question. When I don't have a prior for your God thing, and you ask me a hypothetical about it, the definition becomes the prior, rather than the thing in the experience becoming the prior. So you're just baking in the conclusion. You're like saying, you're doing this. This is what you're doing, Teppy. If you were really gay for me, and I offered you my penis, would you suck it? I'm asking you this question to get you to say, yeah, I'd suck your dick. That's unreasonable for me to ask you. There's no prior that you suck dicks. And so just asking you to assume that you are gay for my dick is unreasonable, because that's what I would be trying to prove. Not just get you to accept it hypothetically so that I can humor the gay thought, right? That's stupid. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me to humor the gay thought, which is A, God exists, and B, it has this property. That's the only way that I can do that. So you're asking me to skip the very question I'm asking you to do, is validate God's existence, that it has ontology, such that we can properly discuss an epistemology about it. But you want me to skip step one and just go to step two and allow you to assert some property and then ask me if it's reasonable. That doesn't do anybody any good. We're talking about ontology, not epistemology.
I thought that in the beginning of the conversation, I already said that I couldn't prove God, so the question itself was
right. Then you have to conclude that any question you ask me in any hypothetical form is going to be about a non sequitur. We're already logically flawed. It just fundamentally undermines the whole process. This is why people call Igtheism a conversation killer.
I mean, I guess if you're talking about empiricism, sorry.
No, we're not talking about empiricism. See, that's the conflation, that experience equals empiricism. It doesn't. Empiricism is a model that relies on experience as foundational. That's true. But experience is not a philosophy. You get that? Like, you are just experiencing, and you use that experience to get to a philosophical conclusion. So I'm not using the word experience when I'm talking about understanding the ontology. I'm not using the word experience to reference the philosophy of empiricism. That's not what I'm saying. Experience is an independent aspect of your being. It's what you are doing to interface with what is reality. You are interfacing it from within. You are an element of reality, having an experience of the rest of reality, including yourself. You can look down and see yourself and experience yourself.
I guess, yeah. But what I was trying to say wasn't that wasn't true. Like the contrary, it is true, but I wouldn't really know if it wasn't.
Well, that's what the shared, interrelated part of this philosophy I'm talking to you about is so important for. That there are questions about our own perceptions. Now, I don't question what I'm seeing. If I see something, I just accept that I'm seeing it. I'll begin to question that I may not be seeing something if it's inconsistent with my shared experience, right? If people aren't seeing what I'm seeing, that will concern me heavily, right? That'll indicate to me that my perceptions are flawed. But being wrong about what a thing is not a flaw in perception. Having to update your model because you get more information is not a flaw in perception. That's not what those things are. You don't have a flaw in your perception in that regard. When you figured out that your conclusion was slightly off because of this new data, and you've adjusted your model to be a better body of explanation, then you're using your experience to do that. So your experience isn't changing here, and don't equivocate experience with empiricism. That's the model. That's just a philosophical model saying about the importance of experience. So it's a philosophical model, empiricism. Experience is something we're all doing independent of our philosophies, independent of where we put the importance of experience. I put the importance of experience right up front. I'm foundationally an empiricist. So I put the experience right up front and immediately, and that's why people say that, hey, you're an empiricist, because it's the importance we're putting on experience. Other people put different levels of importance on one's own experience, and so don't rely heavily and foundationally on experience or empiricism being the best explanatory model, like an idealist or something like that. They're not going to appeal to that as foundational. But I'm going to say about the idealist that you're going to be appealing to experience at some stage in your philosophy, because that's the only way you're relating to your idealistic concepts and stuff, is through the experience. So don't get those two conflated. It's easy to conflate when I say, hey, the shared interrelated experience, as you thinking I'm talking about the philosophy of empiricism. That's not it. In empiricism, in like, say, science, right, methodological naturalism, shared interrelated experience is peer review. It's implemented as peer review. So the shared interrelation is a metaphysical application. It's a standard that you're applying to yourself. You're saying, I can understand to a degree, but I can understand more by getting feedback from my peers.
So you said it yourself. If you are wrong and you are by yourself, how would you be able to check it?
Consistency would be one way to do it. There are different ways to check whether your senses are providing you accurate information. Like, for example, you may be in a jungle person, and you went on an exploration, and you came to a beach, and you've seen the sunlight for the first time. You've lived in shade your whole life, and you've seen the sunlight for the first time, and it's beautiful when you get to this beach and you go walking out in it, not aware of the ultraviolet radiation and the danger in there. And as you're out there in that danger, you start feeling your skin getting hotter, and it's burning, it's starting to bubble. You get back in the shade into the safety, and maybe you learn that there's a danger out there. You don't know what the danger is, but you certainly don't burn and bubble and stuff, but you stay out in the jungle for a while, you heal, and you're curious about it, so you go back out, and the second time you're out there, you feel it. Like, it's hot. It's, like, especially hot. But you don't let it get to burning you point, right? And so you begin to develop a concept of a sunburn. You may not know why you're getting sunburned, right? Because it's ultraviolet radiation. Your history, and education doesn't tell you anything about that. So it's an unknown danger, but you can explore and you can interact with your environment. You can use your big brain to begin learning and doing experiments. That's what we do, man. We test and constantly test the consistency of reality. You're not observing one time. Throughout the course of this conversation, you've made trillions upon trillions of observations.
Yeah.
Like when you look at a cup, that's not one observation. That's an ongoing, real-time, updated. The moment that cup disappears, your senses should update you in real time because it's a real-time process. It's a bunch of chemical reactions. It's not just one.
But there are moments when there is only one chance of experiencing something.
Like what?
Like the Great Depression, the First World War.
None of us can experience that. That's gone. Those people are old as fuck.
Only one experience.
No, that wasn't one experience because during the Great Depression, people were experiencing the fuck out of it nonstop all day long, every fucking day. Just because you're not there doesn't count. That's not part of my argument. That you have to be in all places at all times. It's ridiculously absurd, dude.
Yeah, I know.
That doesn't count. That's not meaningful. That I don't know this. Like, what are you even saying? That I'm not a teleporter? Sure, I don't teleport. What are you really saying?
Are you able to be sure that the past happened?
What does that have to do with my perceptions that I cannot teleport back to the Great Depression? What does that say about the reliability of my senses?
Because the only reason you know about the Great Depression is because someone else had.
That's not my senses.
It's true.
I'm relying on historical account. When I'm reading the book, I'm using my eyes to look at page and ink. You're conflating me reading a book or watching a TV with being in the Great Depression or something. Like, this is so weird. What if
those letters got there?
Oh my God, dude. I'm going to do this one more time, and I swear to fuck, if you ask me the same question in a different form, I'm going to realize that you're a sophist and you're just a fucking waste of goddamn time. Stop asking these leading questions where it's an endless stream of where did that come from? Where did that come from? I'm going to keep answering, asshole. If you haven't figured it out by now, that I'm going to be able to keep fucking answering these stupid knuckle-dragging questions. We're going to be at this for a long time. This isn't like toddler hour where we just share our favorite things, man. Can we have a real adult conversation where I'm not just explaining to you where stuff comes from for hours?
I mean, I guess if you allow me to talk.
Yeah, this is frustrating. It's annoying. You keep pivoting. You've pivoted like 30 goddamn times in a fucking row. It's toxic. How much information do I need to fucking know to have a conversation with a guy who's asserting something exists with zero fucking evidence? How much shit do I have to fucking prove to your dumbass when you don't even have the capacity to even talk about fucking proof? You have nothing. You've offered nothing. There's nothing on your fucking table, and you have the nerve to sit there and act like you get to ask an endless string of fucking questions, testing my what, knowledge? You're just testing my knowledge? What are you doing? Why are you trying to shift so heavily on me when this is entirely your problem? I asked you one fucking question, and you failed immediately. Failed immediately. Yes. All I needed to do is answer one fucking question for you, and I did that like an hour ago. One fucking question, and I did better than you. So question 2 and all the way through 30 or whatever we're at now, that's bonus points, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bonus points. So enough. I don't need no more fucking bonus points. I'm good. You're at 0. I'm at 1 plus 30. Jesus fuck, dude. How many questions? You see what I'm saying? You've been programmed to do this. You're not going anywhere with those questions. It's just leading questions to get me to say, oh, I don't know. And I'm not going to fucking do it. I know shit. And I'm going to keep fucking answering. It just shows how vapid you are. You're not going anywhere with thought. You're just trying to make me look like you, and I beat you with the first fucking question. Everything I'm asking you to accept is real. I can do that. I can easily demonstrate the ontological status of the fucking thing. We're not on the same page. I don't do that. I don't go around telling people there's probably a thing there and then have zero way to reference that. You're doing that.
I mean, I have some ways of referencing it. I just didn't say that.
What?
I have some ways of referencing it.
You have dog shit. You have nothing.
I mean, if you allow me to say
You have nothing. We've already established this. You would just be making shit up from my perspective. You would have no way to justify any of the bullshit you would spew absent the ontology. You've already conceded that. Over an hour ago, you conceded that shit. Like I said, this is bonus rounds. This has been nothing but bonus rounds. From the moment I said I win, get wrecked. That was true. My position is that you can't prove it. That's my position.
Right.
And you immediately conceded to that. That's why you bring that burden to the table. I didn't bring the burden of proving your God's not real. That's not my burden. It was your burden to prove that it is. It's my burden to prove that you can't prove it. You did that, clown. You did that. So you have no right to ask me what I know. None. You opted out immediately. You didn't even get to enter the arena.
You're right.
Well, I know I'm right about that. It's that you need to come to terms that you've been brainwashed, and this whole fucking thing you've been doing about asking me this, that, and the other thing is a toxic reflection of that. That you are just programmed to ask these stupid, inane questions. Yes, if I was an uneducated moron, you would have been long ago able to ask me a question and I wouldn't have been able to answer you. And you would have got me there. But because I'm not a completely uneducated fucking moron, I was able to answer your questions. And this is just a toxicity on your part. That you're just biding your time until you think you can ask a question where I'm just like, I don't know. So you can get in there and be like, see, we're the same. We're not the same, motherfucker. You're at 0. I'm at 1 plus 30.
Why do you think that I'm trying to win something?
It's not, dude, that's a fucking reference to where we're at philosophically. That you are a vapid shell of a human being with no real idea here. And I'm trying to get you to understand that so that you can go get a real one, that you can go get a real philosophy. So that when someone like me asks you, can you prove your philosophy's true? You can. That you will abandon methodologies that you have to say, no, I can't prove that. Get rid of that dog shit. Anytime someone like me asks you, can you prove that? If the answer's no, abandon it. Stop believing that stupid shit.
But there are some stuff that you can't prove.
I don't assert anything is true absent the ability to prove that shit.
You said, like in the beginning of the conversation, that you assume that we exist.
The fuck? No, I didn't. I said that is a presupposition I offer to you. I am foundationally an empiricist. But if you ask me why am I an empiricist, I can offer you those presuppositions, but those aren't for me. I'm an empiricist. I'm experiencing. I'm a real boy, right? I'm using my big brain dropped in, 1980s, and now it's 2026. That's my era. I've learned shit from that perspective, that vantage. I am a monkey dropped in the United States where I was born at this fucking time, and I was given the education and then my interactions built upon that. If I was born in the fucking Amazon 20,000 years ago, it'd be completely different.
All right.
Yeah, I know I'm right about that. That's what you don't really truly understand about your position, about all this God bullshit. It's telephone. You know what Chinese whispers telephone is?
No, I don't.
So, like, have you ever seen that thing? You get a classroom full of kids, and you whisper into one ear. You say, like, I heard 3 balloons pop. 3 blue balloons pop. Whisper it to your friend, and then they whisper that. They whisper it to the next one, and then by the time you get down to the 30th person, it's like two balloons were tied to a donkey's butt and it flew off, right? That it mutates because of the whisper, because they're whispering it from one ear to the next. Each kid adds something to the detail until the last kid hears something completely different. That's called telephone or Chinese whispers.
Yeah.
Well, humanity's been playing that shit forever. When it comes to the God topic, everything you think you know about the God topic, you know because you were gaslit by your culture into knowing it. You were just lied to. You like your parents, your elders, the people who raised you, just gaslit you into this bullshit.
I mean, I have a different religion than all of my family, so
I don't give a shit, dude. It's still fucking true. Are you a monkey? Were you born on Earth in a society? Boom. That's all it takes. Why do you people do this every single fucking time? All I said is you are a monkey born in a society. And you're like, well, I'm special. I'm special. No, you're fucking not. You were born in a house as a little baby. You shit your fucking pants and somebody was there to wipe it. That person there wiping your ass was filling your head with bullshit. Quit acting like you're fucking Romulus and Remus out here fucking raising yourself. And you just came to all your ideas all by yourself. You didn't invent fucking shit on this planet. Most of us don't. We die into obscurity. Only the fucking giants get remembered, bro. And for you to be like that, dude, the hubris, man.
You're right. But are you special?
No, I didn't imply that I was.
Okay. You felt like a bit.
I'm a fucking ground monkey on a fucking mud ball, dude. I know what I am. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. That was from Tropic Thunder.
I don't know. I've never
It's a
seen that.
comedy. You should watch it, Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, would be cool.
Dude, I was underage when I went and saw that in theaters. They forgot to ID me.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's you guys. You guys are ones that got convinced into magic. Look, I don't know what culture you're from. When you were being raised, did they try to gaslight you about like Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, or Tooth Fairy? Do you have your own parallels from your culture?
I mean, I guess the Tooth Fairy was something.
You had the Tooth Fairy where you're from. Where are you from? I'm from United States. Brazil? You got Tooth Fairies down there?
Yeah.
Now, how much cultural pressure do you remember having when you started suspecting that, the Tooth Fairy's bullshit? Like, how did that happen? Like, was it quick? Or do you remember? Maybe you don't even remember because it happened so young.
I think it was when I was 10, something like that. I thought it was bullshit.
Yeah, and did you tell your parents that?
Yeah.
What'd they say?
My mother is specific. Yeah.
he said the gig's up, right? He said, yep, it's bullshit. It's just
Yeah.
Right. So that was a very low amount of gaslighting. They were gaslighting you, right? They knew there was no Tooth Fairy. They were just fucking with your little brain because your dumb ass believed this shit. All of us do that. We're all like that. That's why they do that shit to us. Because it's a big fun game to watch their little dumb monkeys go around believing dumb shit that we all know is dumb. It's gaslighting. Now, it's for fun. I'm not trying to say it's like super bad in this form. It's for fun. It's not that bad. It's not that bad because what happened? You went to your dad and you're like, hey, man, this is bullshit, right? And he was like, yeah, fucking dumbass. Right? And then you got over it. Did he beat you? Do you remember getting beaten?
No.
Do you remember getting kicked out of your house or threatened?
No.
You don't remember being ostracized or anything like that or forced into prostitution because you couldn't, afford life because you were left destitute? That never happened to you?
No.
Yeah, it almost never happens with the Tooth Fairy. But do you know what it does happen with?
Religion.
Yeah, religion. Religion. Yeah. So it's cultural gaslighting. If you go to your parents the same as you did with Jesus or the Tooth Fairy with Jesus, they don't just go, yeah, the gig's up, bro. Yeah, it's all bullshit. No, they get offended and they push back and they start gaslighting you, maliciously gaslighting you now. Now it's malicious gaslighting because they know they're saying the same thing from their brain. They know those adults who are gaslighting their children about the truth and veracity of their brains are developed enough to know that they need faith to believe that bullshit. That when they encounter people like me, I'll shit on them and make them look fucking stupid, and they'll have to walk it back to faith, right? They've learned their lessons, especially the ones that have been around and been in these conversations and come to realize that not all of us are fucking ignorant. You could just gaslight us. They run into people like me. They realize that, hey, they're teaching on faith. They believe on faith, but they're teaching on absolute fact. They're pushing back. They're not going with the gig being up when the kid's calling them out on the bullshit. They're forcing them to accept. They're punishing them for asking questions. This is malicious. This is what parents do to their own children. They culturally gaslight their kids into believing this magical bullshit. And then they leave, they grow up, they grow a beard, they get round sunglasses, and they get on fucking Discord, and they start saying, hey, I am a fully grown man who believes in magic, and I am not embarrassed.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think China does or used to do like restricting religions in a lot of ways, which implies that they also did what you told religion does, like kicking children out of their homes.
Oh, I see. So since Chinese people found a secular way to kick children out of the home, that somehow undermines the point I was making?
No, I'm just saying that it happens to all people, not just.
Oh, so what you're really saying is that's not the only way humans gaslight and abuse their children.
Yeah, they do it.
Yeah, I agree. Well. Humans are creative. We've come up with a lot of ways to gaslight and abuse our children. Correct. Yeah, humans found a lot of ways that we can use our position of power and authority over the people under our wing. Yeah, we figured that out. We're really creative at control and dominance.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's that true though? Where's the truth? Because remember, that's what we're centering on. Is you think there's something with ontology, and I hope I'm showing you that what there is your culture gaslighting you. That when you really think about what you know about God, it ain't shit. You don't know shit. You know what you heard on the telephone. That's it.
I never said I knew anything about that.
No, I'm just saying, hopefully you know you don't know shit. You should now know something here. Hopefully through this conversation, you know a little bit more about what's going on. Hopefully the wool has been pulled back a little bit, or that little neoport has been unjacked a little bit, right? Maybe it's toggled. Maybe you're still looking at the red pill or something like that, but you're being culturally gaslit into all this religious bullshit. It is entirely founded in telephone. There is not a single legitimate fact to these prevalent God positions. And in fact, your cultural child abuse is so bad that they have actually convinced you to deny your lying eyes, to deny the existence of actual gods. There are actual gods that exist. Things actual. Like they're actual. They're not hypothetical, they're not probable, they're not maybe. Yeah, they're real tangible objects. Yeah, they exist in space-time, and monkeys have referred to them as God. But these ones that have cognitively abused you, they don't want you to realize that. They don't want you to realize that there's monkeys before them that have proven the existence of their God. They gaslit you into believing that their version of God, where they can't prove the thing exists, is more legitimate than the ones you can prove exist. They've gaslit you that fucking hard. Do what?
What are the ones that you can prove?
See, that's what I'm saying. The evidence that you're asking, what do you mean? You're completely unaware that some gods exist in favor of the ones that don't. Right? The gods you care about are the ones that don't exist. It's crazy how powerful their gaslighting is.
All right. What are the ones that exist?
Well, like the sun, the moon, Earth. Did you know Earth was a god?
Sure.
Yeah, there you go. These people gaslighting you, they didn't tell you all about that shit. They didn't want you to know that shit.
So by God, you mean like just a thing that exists, not necessarily a sentient.
No, a thing that exists that's being referred to and worshipped as God. People do that with Earth, the sun, the moon, the planets, the wind, earthquakes.
Does that imply that they are sentient?
I don't give a shit if they're not saying that things sentient. They're just saying it's the Earth.
I mean,
And it fucking, yeah, I
most
guess to a
do,
degree it like
actually.
loves you or some shit.
Up to when I remember, loving is a sentient move, something that means
Not
sentient.
necessarily.
Okay. What
Okay,
other
does
beings
Jesus
does
love
that?
me?
I mean, he did.
You'd think that, right, huh? Right? What act are you referring to that he did for me?
The historical Jesus, I guess.
No, the one that you're saying loves me.
I never said he does. I said he did.
Well, but people would tell me Jesus loves me, but there's no Jesus loving me. So if there doesn't have to be a Jesus loving me for there be a concept of love with Jesus, why does there have to be a sentient fucking thing about my planet for my planet to love me? At least my planet's there, right? And I can use it to like breathe and, you know, touch stuff and smell and be, right? At least the planet's doing that for me. You know, Gaia, at least Gaia's there and giving me a body to be, you know, gravitationally bound to and enjoy like an atmosphere. At least it's real, right? Where's the popes? Where's the popes, right? Where's Jesus? Jesus ain't doing fucking shit for me, but I'm breathing via Gaia, right?
Gaia also gave you bacteria, diseases.
Yeah, she wants me to be strong and healthy. She's a cruel bitch too, dude. She'll fuck you up. She loves you, but she loves you in that brutal way.
I didn't think you believed in Gaia, man. But
I don't believe in Gaia.
What?
I don't believe in Gaia.
What? Oh.
I'm telling you, there are monkeys on this planet who do. And this is the type of shit they would say. Just like there's a fucking idiot on this planet named the Pope, and he says dumb shit about his God. There's other people who aren't the Pope, but they're other human beings just like the Pope who eats food and shits, right? These people eat food and they shit, and they believe the planet Earth is Gaia and it's a god. Now, who am I to judge? Who am I to judge that the Pope is more right than the people who believe the planet is a god? I don't make that. I don't do that. They're both equally valid to me, which is none. Neither one's valid. Neither one. So I don't get hung up defending one concept over the other, but I am aware of them. I have zoomed out enough to see that God means a lot of things. It doesn't just mean Jesus.
Okay. I know.
Well, I know that. You kind of are acquainted with the idea. I know that idea. That's why I could say, yeah, some gods exist, man. That's super unfortunate for the people who believe in gods that don't exist, right? That's fucking dumb. Like Jesus, for example, he doesn't exist, but people believe in him.
They believe that Buddhism is true.
Well, what do you think Buddhism's saying?
It's saying that Buddha.
Nope. Wrong. Buddhists don't actually give a shit about Buddha.
Okay.
Buddhism is not the path to Buddha, bro. Did you think Buddhism is the path to Buddha?
No.
Well, what do you think Buddhism is?
It's that the Buddha had a way towards the.
No, it's not that Buddha had anything. Buddha didn't have shit, in fact. Right? People gave Buddha stuff, like a lot of food, which is why they represent him as a fat man. Right? But Buddha didn't have shit. Buddha wasn't shit. That's what he said. Buddha ain't shit. That's what he said.
Yeah,
he got up there, grabbed the fucking microphone, and he said, Buddha ain't shit, bitch. And then he sat down. That was Buddha said that. Because Buddhism's not about Buddha.
Up to now, I remember Buddhism is about Buddha, but Buddha disagreed with his own religion.
No, Buddhism is not about Buddha, dude.
What is it about then?
Fucking Google it, dude.
Okay.
Be a good time for you to Google Buddhism, dude, and see it's not about Buddha. Buddha is the enlightened one. Okay? He allegedly discovered a path to enlightenment.
Yeah, that's
but
what I said.
That path to enlightenment is a disillusionment of self, the
Mhm.
ego, right? So there's no Buddha in this.
Okay, but that's what I said. The Buddha has
No,
a
it's
path
not what you
towards
said, dude.
nirvana. What did I say then?
You didn't say that.
I said
You
that
could play it
Buddha
back
has
on the
a path
live. If you ever
towards
need to know what
nirvana.
you said, you could just play it back on my live.
Oh, you're streaming. Cool.
Yeah,
Let's see.
yeah. Just play it back on my live.
What are you streaming in?
I have a link inside chat to my live, the agnostic one. I'm just trying to tell you, like, have you ever heard of the overview effect?
Nope.
So when we sent nerds to space and on their way back from the moon, they started discussing, it's about in that era, they started discussing the overview effect because the returning monkeys said that, you know, there's some kind of profound feeling of just looking down on Earth and just seeing it down there, right? There's this what they call an overview effect that it's so they say it's like a sense of transcendence, which is probably just elation. They were super happy, it was a dope experience, and they were freaking the fuck out. But the overview effect has been then sort of characterized as sort of being able to zoom out and see a bigger picture, right? Because that's what the effect was to them, is to see how small we are, right? You can, if you want like a poetic version of the overview effect, you can listen to Carl Sagan's Pale Blue Dot. A pale blue dot is a really good play on what we understand from the overview effect. But instead of it being on the way back from the moon, it was a picture taken. Hold on, let me mute this person. It was a picture taken on our way past Saturn, where we turned it back to our planet, and we saw this little dot in the rings of Saturn, right? And that was our planet. And he did a whole like speech about that. But I sort of liken Igtheism to that when I start saying that some gods exist and some gods don't. Is that like when you zoom out and you look at all of humanity and realize the multitude of different gods that have been asserted, and you try to build the category of God, you'll realize that the category itself is broken. The easiest way to see how the category is broken is that there are multiple one true and only gods. If you try to build a Venn diagram, which is to elicit categories that we can label, you'll realize that if you have two one true and only gods, you have to draw two independent circles. There is no overlap. The moment you overlap, you have a contradiction. There cannot be two one true and only gods. And so when you try to build a Venn diagram of the God concepts from that overview effect, you see how vapid the whole conversation is. Like when you take it into that context, because you'll realize that on that list of gods, some of them exist, man. Whether you fucking like it or not, or whether your dirt monkey brain can figure that shit out, some of them are real, right? Now, pushing back epistemically about what those things are and their importance, like is the sun a god? I don't give a shit if the sun is a god. I care that the sun is real, it exists. What makes it a god is that a monkey is pointing at it and calling it a god. And I don't give myself any misconceptions that there's something that makes a god as anything other than the monkey pointing at it and calling it God, which is not a property of the thing, it's a property of the monkey. So atheism's just nonsense. And then theism is just fundamentally incoherent. It's a contradiction.
Wait a second. So atheism is nonsense?
Yeah, it's an incoherent rejection of a fundamentally incoherent proposition.
Oh. That's interesting.
You didn't hear me saying some gods exist?
I did, but...
Yeah, atheists can't say that.
I guess you meant in the non-literal meaning, like the sun exists, but it isn't a god, so...
Well, no, it is a god in the same sense as any other god on this planet that we can discuss. I don't put an importance value on gods. But this God being the Son has the same weight as Jesus being a God. Same weight. Zero difference. No weight. I don't care that there's a whole history behind Jesus. There is a whole history behind the Son being a God. And more cultures throughout time probably worship the Son as God.
Yeah.
So that's something that's been pulled over your eyes. You have been gaslit into seeing that. I see it too, but I also see a bigger picture of gods that makes me realize that atheism's not the fucking answer. Because atheists are assuming they know what a god is. They're categorically rejecting their existence. And I'm saying, A, there is no category to reject. And B, some things referred to as God do exist. Sorry, atheists, that you guys don't like that shit. And you don't have the authority to say that they're not gods. That's your fucking problem, right? But theism is why atheists are wrong. Because theism is so fundamentally incoherent that the only proper response to theism is, what do you mean by God? Not that God doesn't exist. It's, what do you mean by God? And if you're going to ask that question, you're opening up the door for any definition. What do you mean by God is the invitation for me to tell you what I mean. And then when I do that, you got to use that definition. Otherwise, why did you ask me what I meant by God? If you already know what you mean, like beaver, I don't need to ask you what you mean by beaver. What you need to do is adhere to the definition of beaver, right? There's one definition of beaver. You're going to use that definition. And if you make any modifications to that definition, we need to know that shit, right? Because when we use this word beaver, it means this specifically. We generally don't fuck with the word beaver. It varies, but generally it's this one fucking thing. We don't do this with God. I can't tell you that God is a large rodent of the genus Castor. I can't do that because sometimes it's a marmoset. Sometimes it's a bird. Sometimes it's the fucking wind. Sometimes it's incoherent things that can't be anything at all. So I don't know why an atheist is saying it doesn't exist when the theists are just so fundamentally disconnected that the word theism doesn't actually mean anything.
So if I say that my hand is a god, you'll find that.
In that form, yeah, I'm not going to give you any pushback. I don't care that you think your hand is a god. Is your hand your hand?
Yeah.
Well, then I don't care. It's just, you're just saying hand, but it sounds like this, God.
Fair enough. I mean,
that's what everyone is doing. They're saying God, but sometimes it sounds like Jesus. They're saying God, but sometimes it sounds like the Son. They're saying, like maybe your name's John and my name's John. Does that mean there's a category of John?
It was nice talking to you, man. I think I'm gonna leave. See you around.
Wow. Yeah, don't come back, dude. Fucking knuckle dragger. It was not nice talking to you. If you ever listen to this back, it was not an enjoying thing to listen to a fucking grown man believing in magic and being given it, spoon-fed to you, and your inculcation is so powerful that you just fall back on it. That's not good for me. I don't like that shit. That's gross, but that's why I keep having these conversations. To unfuck that shit right there. Because your parents didn't care about you enough to fucking do that to you. To teach you properly so that you could think and be a fucking adult that doesn't believe in magic. People that fucking raised you gaslit you. Is there a nice way to say that? Yeah, that shit's gross, man. That weird, like, dude literally couldn't push back on a single fucking fact without getting shit on, that one. It's just one after another, and at the end, it's just, hey, man, I'm brain dead, and I'm gonna go refresh my theotoxins. Enjoy it, dude. You writhe around in that fucking spawning pool of theistic nonsense and just absorb those theotoxins.
What's up, family? How we doing? Yeah, that's great. Me too. All right.
Hello, everybody.
Prove it.
Hello, anti-nerd. Hello, anus, and hello, Moggy or Moji. I don't know. Is everybody awake? I
Dude,
suppose
start
not.
proving it, man.
Your night. Sleep tight.
Wow.
Every day, I still think about those Morrowind and PC shorts and how close the quality of conversation is.
It's pretty bad. God damn it, dude. They're gonna run AOC, I bet. Look, I love AOC and I think she'd make a great president, but this country just is not gonna vote for a woman. They're just not gonna do it. I mean, I'll eat my words, but All right, nerd. You're up. Let's go. Let's see what you got. Tur.
Hello?
Are you gonna prove it?
No, that was me saying hello to Tub.
Oh.
Hi.
Hey. Are you gonna? Can you hear me?
Huh?
Wow.
Yeah, I hear now.
All right. Can you prove the God thing?
Yes, let's see. Yeah, God ain't real, man. That's it.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
I just told you.
All right. I'm gonna take your inability to start proving it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Absolutely fucking dominated. Wow.
It's over. I have proved it.
Dude, are you there? Like, can you tell me what 2 plus 2 is?
I just proved it.
I don't think this is a real person.
Yeah, it's AI.
Why? No, it's not AI.
Prove you're not AI. Can you say a comma after every word you say? Like, comma, the, comma, way,
Tell me
comma,
to say. Tell me to
comma?
say something.
Say something.
Say something.
Say something.
What?
Who?
What do you want me to say?
Okay. Now that we know you're a person, so you can't prove God exists, or you can? You didn't ever answer that question.
I just did. I told God doesn't exist.
Oh, so you can't prove it.
So why does God exist then?
I mean, which God?
I mean, I don't believe in God, but I believe in spiritual energy.
No. But I mean, like, which God are you saying doesn't exist? Like the God monster from the Christian book?
The Abraham gods.
Oh yeah, we know those don't exist. But like, what about all the other gods that exist?
I don't believe in the Hindu gods as well.
What about the sun? You believe in the sun? You think the sun exists?
The sun.
Oh yes, the sun, like the thing in the sky that gives you a radiation burn.
Perhaps it's a matrix simulation world.
So you don't believe you're real?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Wow. So why are you here then?
I don't believe in God.
Right, but you're. It's weird.
How is it weird?
Well, I mean, you don't believe in the sun?
Yeah, of course I do.
Well, then you believe in at least one God.
No.
Explain.
Then what do you believe in?
The sun existing, and we call it God.
So then you believe in God.
Yeah, if you're talking about the sun.
And then why is the name God ain't real?
You ever been fishing?
Huh?
Just watch. You ever been fishing? Like fishing?
No. No.
No. Okay. Hey, Gargle, can you prove it?
Well, aren't y'all like Igtheists?
I've made no claim. I'm just waiting to see if you can prove it or not.
Well, I find it hard to prove it to Igtheists because like it becomes pretty semantic.
Would this conversation not be semantic?
Do you
Not
just not like
necessarily.
word context usage or something? Like, what did semantics do to you?
Yeah, did they like get in your ear and like maybe in your mouth some? Is that what's going on here?
No, that would be what my cum did to your mother's lips.
Well, I mean, you're the one talking about semantics.
Yeah, dude. Like
Yeah.
figure out if you can prove it or not. And
Like, why not about like other kind of dicks? Why just ant dicks?
Why just what?
Just ant dicks.
Nigger?
wow, what a
I'm
child.
so offended. Like,
What a child.
you have no idea how. Like, I'm so offended.
Bro, like is that the most creative thing they can come up with? Like,
Yeah, apparently.
we're cooked, dude. Like, as a species, we're fucked.
Yeah, I blame the Mexicans, dude.
I was gonna blame the aliens.
Yeah, I guess we could do that. Mexicans get picked on a lot.
Yeah, in this case, every other country would be the reason there's a problem if we pick the aliens.
Have you seen Disclosure Day?
I don't think so. I might
Alright.
have, but I might not have.
It's pretty new, so I mean, chances are not if you haven't been to the movies or whatever. It just got released on Amazon today, I guess.
We'll have to check it out.
If you're into alien flicks, you'll like it. I didn't find it a bad movie, but it didn't feel like a Spielberg movie.
Was it by Spielberg?
Yeah, it's a continuance of his what you call it? Close Encounters universe, I guess.
Well, that'll be cool. So, like, does it Ripley's or Ripples or whoever did that? Right, I don't remember who did the original Alien.
Oh, Ridley Scott?
Yeah, Ridley Scott.
No, it's just a Spielberg flick. Like, again, it's not a bad flick. I really don't have anything much to say. I'm not going to spoil, like, because there's a couple of scenes that if I said anything, it would kind of, like, mess stuff up. But, I don't know. It just didn't have the prominence or whatever as you think a Spielberg flick would be, but it was good, though. Like, it wasn't bad.
I will definitely check it out.
Yeah, I'd probably give it like a 7. All right, guy. Let's go prove it. Religious inquiries.
Prove what? Fuck? Are you schizophrenic?
Dude, I think you're handicapped. Is what it sounds like. Is your handler there? Can they like assist you in hitting the disconnect
Is
button?
there a chair nearby? Do you possibly have rope on hand? Is there possibly a tree in your yard?
dude, you
Yeah, I'm
were
just not even gonna waste time with that
human.
trash.
Yeah, just a shit human.
That's obviously like a teenager who just found out his penis does, something other than develop smegma.
Unfortunately, I'm that may have been an adult.
It sounded like a kid to me.
Yeah, yeah, that sounded like something an adult would say. That kid would probably cry if his mom found out he was being a crapper on the internet. Have you seen like the data sets on the new AIs and like how much information they now have? Like,
No, I don't care anymore, dude. I all it does is make you angry, and there ain't shit you can do about it. So
yeah, makes sense. I'm just gonna go to watch my TV.
Pick another number. All right, nerd. Let's go prove it. Tired?
Hello?
Can you prove the existence of a God thing?
Um, Not particularly.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
Sure.
All right, well then I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Now why can't you prove it?
Because I feel like belief is not necessarily subject to evidence. nor is
Wait,
it
what?
dependent.
Hold on. What does that mean? Can you go back?
Belief is not subject to evidence, nor is it dependent upon
What does
it.
that mean, though? You're just saying it again.
You can
What is
believe
it?
something that's not true. You can believe something without evidence. That's what it means.
Right, you can. Yeah, that's true. But you can also believe things with evidence.
You can,
Right.
but proof and evidence are two different things.
Well, I was just
I can have
using
a
proof
proof
in a
or I can have a-
colloquial sense.
Well, even so, like
Like in that form, if you said, "Well, I can prove that I have a dog," and I said, "All right, prove it," and you went, "Well, I have a dog," that would have been proven it to me, like on that standard right there. That's low standard, low bar. I don't care if you have a dog. Your mere claim that you have one's good enough for me. I don't give a shit. So you have a dog. But if you said you had a wizard, like your friend was a wizard, yeah, no, I'm not gonna just take that one. I'm gonna need to see your friend get on camera and like do some wizard shit. Like I don't need you to show me a dog. You know, I've seen dogs.
I would argue. Then it depends on like what your epistemic standard is. Of which,
No, we're talking about ontology right now, not epistemics. We'll get to epistemics, but we're just asking you: do you have access ontologically to the claim of existence?
No, and I would argue that the nanosecond you brought up the idea of like the whole like dog idea, you're talking epistemic.
Well, you could accuse me of appealing to some model of epistemics to make the point, but I'm referencing ontology, right? Like, where do you think we got the notion of a dog? Like, when I say the word dog and you understand the meaning of dog, where did we get the meaning of dog?
Nature?
From the dog.
Yeah, nature.
Right. So it started with the dog. There was a thing, you know, taking up space and shit. And then we just kind of came upon it, right? So there was already a thing. We observed the thing, and those observations are a meaning. It is a sense of meaning, right? Like you're deriving meaning from the mere experience of these observations. That you see a dog, and without really much context, you can infer like anger or friendliness, right? Behaviors in the dog, like immediate and in real time, you know. But then you could think about it too. But that's where the confusion sets in, is that you can respond to the environmental stimuli, but in tandem with that, we start thinking about it, and we often conflate the observations with the reasonings. So that's why I'm asking, where do we get the meaning of dog? And we're seeing that it's coming from the dog itself. So there's a dog. We observe or experience the dog, and from the experience, we define it. So absent the experience or the experience of the thing, what exactly are we defining? It wouldn't matter. It would be a non sequitur, because it would only sequitur from the observation.
God fucking.
I feel like there's epistemic standards that disagree with that, but okay.
What do you mean epistemic standards to disagree with that? That's just simple observations.
Just you don't need knowledge to. One sec, I'm playing Tekken right now. I gotta lock in.
Are you talking about like analytic shit, like bachelors?
All right, cool. Sorry, I was playing Tekken. But there are basically, you brought up the observation of a dog, and that we can like basically derive the meaning of dog empirically, like, but not everything requires like an empirical standard for knowledge.
Well, observations about reality is what we're talking
or
about.
even
I
like
agree, though. No, I agree. Not everything requires some observation. There are ways to come to analytics, and it doesn't require an empirical method. You're still going to experience, though. But experience and empiricism are not the same thing. So there's no point in denying experience as the prime access to any understanding, because I'm not saying empiricism right there. I am an empiricist, and it's because of experience. But experience is going to be part of anyone's philosophy. See what I'm saying?
I mean, inevitably.
Right. That's what I'm saying is when you're describing reality, like the dog, absent the dog, Absent your experience of the dog, not absent your empiricism of the dog. Saying absent your experience of the dog, then you have nothing to define. You're not actually defining anything. You see what I'm saying? You could come up with some definition that just says furry, four-legged animal, but you're not defining a dog. The dog defines the dog. We merely symbolically represent the dog linguistically.
Sure.
That's for like you were hinting at, though. This is about objects that exist. This isn't about abstract objects, right? Abstract objects have different like origins, different modality that we would discuss abstract objects. We wouldn't ask someone to demonstrate the existence of their abstract object. That's incoherent. But the thing is the theists aren't saying God exists as an abstract object. They're saying it exists as a concrete object if it's one of the two. Because they know that saying that God exists as an abstract is to say that it's conceptual by nature. Whereas saying that it exists as a concrete object is saying that it exists as actual by nature, that it's an actual thing, and there's some truth factor to it independent of our discussion. And that truth factor is the shared interrelated experience that we would appeal to, such that you see a thing, I see a thing. The shared interrelationship is where we really get to the facts of the matter. Like, are you seeing it like this? No, I didn't actually see that. Then you show me a thing, I show you a thing, and we just learn more from different. The more minds, the more we learn. More reliable, we could say that there's some measure of reliability that increases as a function of people who are participating in the endeavor to figure something out. So yeah, now that we've separated concrete from abstract, obviously I would be asking the question, can you demonstrate the existence of a concrete object we refer to as God? And as discussed, if you can't do that, that's going to mean that everything that you say about it's going to be a non sequitur. Everything. There's literally nothing that isn't going to be a non sequitur.
It would just be arguments to abstracts, right? And thus then a god. So, but I'm not a theist, so like.
Well, the only people that get to define what God is are theists. The only people that, well, and then atheists get to define what God isn't, I guess. They could say nuh-uh, like, but they have to say that every time. An atheist doesn't get to say what God is, because the moment they do that, they're appealing to a property, and only extants have properties.
I disagree with that.
What do you mean?
I think if well, to define a thing is to limit its scope, so we are necessarily to define.
Yeah, but
what
that's
God
for
is.
us. That's to limit the scope of our lexicon so that we can associate symbolism with meaning.
Well, sure, but the claim was that theists get to claim what is a god and atheists get to claim
Right.
what's not a god. I'm saying, like, by virtue of defining a thing in the English language, you're defining it in its scope.
Yeah, but
so
only theists
really-
get to say what it is, because they're appealing to its essence. When you refer to what something is, you're saying its essence is such that it's this, right? There's some quality, some property. Like the essence of Spider-Man is the mind of a monkey, right? The essence of Spider-Man isn't that like he's a human being that was bit by a spider. That's not his essence. His essence is the mind of Stan Lee, or his creators. That's his essence. But the essence of you is actually you, the meat sack that I'm talking to right now, right? The essence is you. You're not conceptual by nature. You're actual by nature. So your essence is different than the essence of Peter Parker. That's the abstract concrete distinction. But remember, we're talking about concrete objects, not abstract objects. We got to play by the concrete set of rules, not the abstract set of rules.
I mean,
and all the concrete set of rules is for defining the meaning of something is making your definition consistent with the observations, with the experience, because you are defining a thing for conveyance of a message. You're sending a message to someone and you want them to understand you. So because you're conveying a message about reality, you want them to understand the message the way they will perceive the message, right? Like if you say, get me the round thing, they're going to interpret that message in a particular way, and you want their observations to match the description you're providing. That's how they know to grab the round thing. If there's a lot of round things, you got to say the blue round thing, the big blue round thing, right? The big blue round thing we keep on the shelf. You got to add all these modifiers, right? Those are appeals to experience. You're saying here's a list of expected observations from your experience. That's your responsibility as the sender of a message, is to be as accurate and concise as possible to complete the task in the most efficacious way.
Sure. It kind of misses what I was trying to get at regarding the like, we can like treat God as like basically as a mental exercise, right? We can say like, well, what does theists think about God, or
But it would
what
be a
I
non
think that
sequitur.
God is. How so?
Well, I'm not saying they would be wrong. I'm saying that their assertions are non sequiturs. Because they're not abstract objects. Look, if I say Peter Parker is Spider-Man, that's not a non sequitur, because we understand that the model here is just internal consistency, that we're just making a claim about our imagination. So all we look to is internal consistency in that model, that every time I refer to Spider-Man, I mean Peter Parker and vice versa. That's the only requirement. But when we're talking about you or me, it's not just this internal requirement. Like, I have a name and a serial number, right? I was manufactured in a particular location. You don't get to define me in any way you want. You have to get my serial number right. You have to get my height, weight. All these things have to be right. Otherwise, you're wrong. Because there is an objective monkey who has attributes that we're only trying to define accurately. And if you're wrong about the description, then you're wrong about the description. You can't, that's not the same function as with Peter Parker. If you say Peter Parker's got purple hair, then the motherfucker's got purple hair. There's no reality of Peter Parker to fight back and be like, it's brown. Like, it's literally purple because you said so. My hair, I'm bald. You could say I'm not bald all you want. I ain't growing hair. Well, in most spots, right? Because that's the distinction. That's because when we say it's bald and we're talking about me, there is the ability to observe me and have a shared interrelated experience. If you say, hey, he's bald, and someone's like, who? And you're like, that guy. And you're like, what guy? Because they're not experiencing a guy, then they're not having a shared interrelated experience. They're having experiences. One guy is having an experience allegedly of a guy. Another guy is having an experience of a guy having an experience of a guy he can't see. They're both having an experience, but it's not a shared interrelated experience. When it's a shared interrelated experience, you could do things without prompting. You could say, hey, do you see something? And I could be like, yeah. And then you could be like, well, write it down as descriptively as possible without telling me. And then I could do it too. And then we could look at our definitions and we could see bald, white, beard, right? We'll go fat, right? Awesome, right? We go down the list and we'll compare these, right? And see where we landed. And if we landed it without communicating on the same fucking observations, we could be very confident in our own observations, right? But if we're disagreeing, if you're saying I'm fat and I'm saying I'm skinny, well, we got issues. We got to rectify that, and we do that through communication. You'd point at my jelly rolls. I'd point at my six-pack. This is what we would do.
Sure, metaphysics is a very screwy discourse. I don't disagree.
Right. So when we're asking, can you prove the existence of the God thing, and you admit that you can't, you have to conclude that when you're referencing its nature, everything you're saying is a non sequitur. It's only true because you imagine it to be true. But since we're not worried about imagination, it doesn't logically follow that the thing you say God is true. It doesn't logically follow, because the only thing that we could say that would allow it to be logically following is that your statement conforms with the experience. That's what would logically follow. You see the beaver, you describe the beaver. It logically follows that, like, the statement, it's a beaver, logically follows from the state of affairs being a beaver. absent that beaver, your statement means nothing. Yeah, I understand that you're talking about a beaver, but it doesn't actually convey the meaning of ontology that I'm looking for. So you have to get me out of the problem of this non sequitur. You got to make the statement God is blue true or false in that capacity, where you just merely look. And unfortunately for people who are arguing for the ontology, you have to look at it. The statements, it's got blue hair. Well, the only way you could know a thing's got blue hair is by looking at it and seeing if it's got blue hair. And if you didn't do that, then why are you writing it's got blue hair? That doesn't make any logical sense. So it's incoherent. I understand the statement, it's got blue hair. That's not hard to understand. What's hard to understand is why the fuck you picked all those words. Right? Why blue? What? You see what I'm saying? It's like, why'd you pick blue? Why not green? Right? You need to reason with me on why you picked blue over green. And since the only thing that justifies that is the observation, we're never going to get there. So it's just, you got to admit that, yeah, you don't know anything about your God thing. Not that I got to prove you're wrong. It's just you got to prove that you know what the hell you're talking about. And all I got to do is prove that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And if you buy into the shit about the only way you could know what you're talking about, if you bought into that, well, then you should be able to see how you don't actually know what you're talking about. And you're just, it's pure wild speculation. That's all it is.
Sure.
So why would,
I
why?
kind of agree with all that.
So where are you at on that? Do you think you could prove the existence of a God thing or not?
No.
Well, see, that's a problem. What do you think the task actually is? Let me ask it this way. What do you see the theists doing when they prove a God thing? Don't worry about logic and shit. Just what do you, like, if you had a set of binoculars and one of those ear listening things, you could hear them. What would you observe them doing in the wild? When they would do something, and then after they did that, they would declare, I proved God. What did they do?
Well, they're trying to prove a narrative. Basically,
Okay,
they're trying to prove a narrative about God, or at least that reference God in some way, shape, or form. And by proving that narrative, they've thus proven that God is at least like viable as an explanation of that said narrative.
So they said some stuff.
Basically, like that's basically.
You boil it down, they said some stuff. Well, you boil it down even more, I say it's a monkey pointing at a thing and calling it a God. That's what they're actually doing. When you look through the binoculars, you'll just see a Christian like walk up to a Christ thing, kind of look around all suspicious like, and if you keep it down, you'll see them. They'll just kind of point at Jesus and just call him God. That's all you'll see, right? Jesus won't do something and then become a God. It won't be like a property on Jesus that they're appealing. You'll just see the monkey walk up to the Jesus and just point at him and call him God. But the same's true for every God believer. That's all they're doing. They're literally just saying, you see this thing? And you're like, yeah, I see that thing. And they're like, it's God. What about it? It's God. Well, nothing. It's just me calling it God. That's literally what it is every time, 100% of the time. So the task is, like when I say, can you prove the existence of a God thing? I'm just saying, can you do what the theists are doing? Which is point at a thing and call it God. But the task would be, can you prove it exists? So what would you do if you know the task is you just point at a thing and call it God? The task of proving one exists should be super duper trivial. Like way trivial. Like absurdly trivial. So trivial you might have been overlooking at it the whole time, which is why you think you can't prove the existence, because literally it's just, you point at something and call it God. Just make sure when you do that, it's something that's real, right? Don't be a dumbass and pick something that's not real, like Jesus, right? The people that do that, that's why they fail every time. It's like they have the luxury of picking anything they want to be God, right? It's totally up to them. And it's almost like they intentionally choose a thing that's really hard to prove exists. And I don't know why they do that. They should just pick something that's really easy to prove, like naturalistic pantheists. They just point at reality. That God exists. That thing that they're calling God. I don't know if reality's a God. I don't know that. I just know the thing they're referring to exists. And they're just calling it God. So they've proven the existence of a God. I just don't know what about reality makes it a God. That's still open for discussion. But I don't see why you would think that you can't do that too. I think the answer is, yeah, you can do it, but you see that it's a trivial task and you don't really get anywhere with it. It's just a stupid waste of everybody's time. It's not that you can't do it, though.
Are you like a ultimate skeptic type, where like for every argument or idea I give, you give like a argument against it, or?
No, of course not. There are things that I accept as true.
I say that like I say that like lovingly as someone who is also like.
No, I'm not some weird global skeptic, dude. I have a pretty reasonable standards, man, to be honest. Like this one, it seems like it's a bullshit, but it is a standard. But it seems like it's like but it's the same standard you use for a dog, right? The standard I'm forcing you as an interlocutor to adopt here is the same standard I would force you to have with the dog. But I wouldn't like need to twist your arm with the dog. You just willingly do it with a dog or a candle or a fart. All these things, you'll just willingly buy into that empirical model. Right? But when it comes to a God thing, well, you're just like, fuck empiricism for some reason. I don't know why. You should always use this kind of, like, again, don't equate experience and empiricism, not necessarily the same thing. I'm an empiricist, so I'm advocating for empiricism right now. I don't know why you wouldn't advocate for empiricism and just say, hey, the shit I know is the shit I can prove. Right? The shit that's part of my experience and I have access to and I can convey information about. And then if I don't have that, instead of saying it's not real, just say I'm waiting for more information. And I think that's the better answer atheists should be giving. And it's not that God doesn't exist. It's just recognizing that the monkeys, their kin, right, their people, are using this word in such an ambiguous way that when you zoom out enough and you start taking gods into context of their regions and cultures, there's no way to answer this question. There's no reason to state that you lack belief in a God, because when you state you lack belief in a God, you've unwittingly legitimized the concept of God. You've said that the concept of God is meaningful enough for me to reject, that you can say no when someone asks you if you believe in God. And I think the proper follow-up to the question of do you believe in God is which God? And if you're going to ask that, you should take the time to answer the answer's question, or the answer. You should answer their answer appropriately. So if you're asking a person, what is God? And they say, God is the taco on your plate. Well, you fucked up there. You fucked up. You asked them to define God, and they chose the taco on your plate. You should have told them, I know what God is, if you had planned to say God's not real. You don't need them to define God because you already know God's not real. But you fucked up and said you define it. They picked the taco. And now you're left with your dick in your hand denying the existence of a fucking taco on your plate you're about to eat. Why'd you do that? Your philosophy led you there because you said God's not real, and then you gave your interlocutor permission to define it in any way they wanted to. So atheism does that. It's like, for one, the atheist can't define God because they're defining isness, right? And for two, when they're trying to tell you what's not God, where are they getting the information of what God is such that this one particular thing's not a God? Either nothing's God or all things are God, right? They'll even try to act like the God of classical theism has more credibility than the other gods, which is why they spend their time talking about the God of classical theism, or at least they allege that this is what they do, but I don't know who they're talking to. I don't know who atheists who spend all their time talking about the God of classical theists are having a conversation with, because there are no people who worship a God of classical theism that I'm aware of. The closest people that get to the God of classical theism are like naturalistic pantheists. Like all these personified gods that we know of, like Yahweh and Baal and all these things, and Zeus, and these are not gods of classical theism. None of them are all powerful. None of them know everything, right? And none of them are all loving. There's literally not a god I can think of that fits the bill of the God of classical theism. But hell, that's the one atheists are rejecting. I don't know which god is that. Like, is there a name for this thing? You know, there's not, because it's just this philosophical proposition, and you got atheists being like all highfalutin, you know, wearing fucking suspenders and fucking pocket protectors, trying to act like they know what the fuck they're talking about. You don't. Shut the fuck up, nerd. Right? Nerds are supposed to be making observations. Okay, observations. You make your observations, and then you figure the shit out from there. That's what nerds are supposed to do. But I don't know what gets in the mind of a nerd, an atheist. They're like, I'm a God expert. Listen to me tell you what God is. It's like, dude, how about you shut up and stop defining God and let the theist do that? It's a lot easier. You won't have that burden of proof to prove what a God is to an ichtheist when an ichtheist comes along and asks you to prove God. You won't have that burden to prove that you're some fucking expert. Like, okay, atheist, you're talking about your little microcosm of gods. That's fine. But quit pretending you're referencing all gods, because all gods are bigger than your God of classical theism. And no one gives a shit if you don't have an argument that addresses the God of classical, the sun, and the God of classical, the fucking earth, and God of classical, like all these other things that have been called gods. Right? Get like mature here, atheists. Like, use your brain, come up with a philosophy that addresses all the gods, not just the ones you find convenient because they're easy to prove wrong. So I'm saying it's vapid.
I don't disagree. That's why I claim to be agnostic.
Well, agnosticism's stupid too, dude. Like you got one of two prongs: that you lack knowledge or that it's impossible to know. Right? So it's either you don't know what God is or God is unknowable. Well, you do know what gods are. You've probably heard of dozens of fucking gods in your life. Yahweh, Zeus, right? Thor. All these things are gods, apparently, like as far as you know, right? So you do know about gods. It's just with your agnosticism, you're like, well, they're all shit. Well, that's true. They're probably all shit, but you're acquainted with a whole multitude of God concepts. But they're just all dog shit. But you got to recognize that. You don't say I don't have any definitions. You just say I got a whole bunch of shitty ones. That statement's true. The second statement's true. The first one's not true. So your absence of knowledge of gods is just not true. It's just all the knowledge you have of God is dog shit. Then in the unknowability, well, that's just self-contradictory. If I know something like a black hole, I know you can't see a black hole. You got to look at the effects around a black hole. And that's because I know enough about black holes. They warp gravity wells, and it makes photons really hard to fucking see when it happens. So you can't see a black hole, right? That's an unknowability factor. Like, what color is the inside of a black hole? Well, you'll never know because there's probably not any of that bullshit in there. So that's unknowable. But that's something I know about the black hole. If I say this of God, if I say God is unknowable, well, that's a proposition of knowledge that I have about God. So it's self-contradictory. Unless you could justify why you lack the knowledge, like why we don't know what a black hole looks like directly, right? That's unknowable, right? So they're trying to smuggle in all this work where, you know, like the black hole, we know it's unknowable because a set of physical parameters that tell us why it's impossible. I don't know why there's a set of parameters that's saying that God is unknowable. It just seems to me like since you don't have information about God, you're alleging that it's unknowable, but unknowable would be some relationship between you and it, right? And if you can't justify the it part of it, like with the black hole, that it warps space-time such that it doesn't facilitate visual acquisition, you got to be able to explain that. Is that what it is? God's so fat, he warps space-time?
Well, I would argue my definition of not knowing what God, there's.
Well, you're not just saying not knowing, you're saying it's unknowable, unless you agree. Like, what prong of agnosticism do you think you're using here? Is it the unknowable or just not know? Just not knowing?
I don't know, is what I
right.
I would argue.
Well, do you remember me saying Zeus?
Well, sure, we can go down that line, and I say, sure, I've heard of gods, but like I can just go back to the original statement, like what is God simpliciter, like as a metaphysical entity?
That's a question.
Varies. Well, that's the thing. I don't know. I can say that.
But that's not agnosticism, because you do know of gods. You do. They're just dog shit and not compelling.
Well, actually, I can say that, but I then would be forced into like a truth or false statement. Like,
nope, you just blame the monkey asserting the claim. If somebody asks you what makes Zeus a god, you say, it's just what the monkeys were saying. Right? That's how you disavow your burden to have to prove what is and isn't a god. But you saying you've never heard of a god, which is along the lines of agnosticism, right? It's almost like you're just saying you don't know what gods are in that sense, but you are acquainted with gods. It's just you are left asking the question, what makes them gods. That's not agnosticism. Agnosticism is just, I don't know. Like, for example, do you know the first number of my phone number?
No. I imagine you're American, so probably be like 1. Well,
No, not that one. That's not the what I meant. I meant like area code, first number of my area code.
Oh, no.
So you're agnostic towards that, right?
Sure. I'd say.
So if I told you 2, how would you feel about that?
I mean, I can play ultimate skeptic and be like, I don't know if you're telling the truth or not, and like, but I guess I have some inclination.
It's like, who cares, right? It's 2. Like, what does it matter that you're wrong, right? Like, let's say I'm lying to you, and I'm like, ha, it's 3. It is actually 3, right? You believe me, it's 2, right? So now I'm telling you I tricked you. It's not actually 2, it's 3, right? Now you believe me?
Honestly,
your belief factor probably went down, huh? Because I just admitted to fucking with you, right? So now you're resistant. You see, now you're pushing back. Now you're like, hold on, that's not what I heard.
Let me explain. Like, it's less I'm resistant and more just like my ability to throw like emotional weight behind it is.
Well, yeah, but I'm showing you the difference between a lack of knowledge and something else. A lack of knowledge is just you don't know which number it is, and if I tell you it's 2, it's like, why not? Who cares? That's a lack of knowledge. But if I told you my first number was Flurpalom, you'd be like, well, what the fuck is Flurpalom? Right? Maybe it's a number and you just never heard of that one or something like that. That's gonna change the way that you answer the question. Your skepticism's gonna go up and down, even though we're talking about something benign like a phone number. But when I said it was 2, it was the first time. You didn't know. You didn't give a shit. So it's easier for you to accept that it's 2. The moment I fucking showed you I was just bullshitting and it's 3, this adjusts your metric here in this conversation. You even were starting to hint at it. You were like, well, I could be a hyper skeptic and just be like, deny. And you could. You could have done that, right? And it would have been a more rigorous test, right? Bayesian reasoning would say you get fucked with a lot and phone numbers are confidential information. So you had every reason to assume that it's not 2, right? Because I had 10 numbers to pick from, technically, right? But the thing is, you go from an absence of knowledge to then protecting the absence of knowledge. And those aren't the same thing. Not knowing doesn't warrant pushback. When you're pushing back from a position of some kind of knowledge, whether it be knowledge of manipulation or knowledge that you know that's not the correct answer. You're pushing back. But if you truly don't know, what are you pushing back with? You should just accept it, right? That's a true agnostic position. And so I don't see the point of pushing back. You've been told what gods are. Use that information, right? That's information being provided. These monkeys are saying this thing is God. Don't just ignore it, because there's a lot of overlap too. Some monkeys converge on one kind of God. You can kind of start grouping some of them. It's just when you try to group them to the point that you're making the word theism make sense, and you look back on all the gods that you remembered and you took into consideration, you'll start realizing you're not going to be able to make a category out of God. You'll have to make multiple subcategories, but you won't be able to define the top category, God. That's a broken category. That would be there are contradictions in the whole category of God. There may or may not be contradictions in subcategories of gods. Like Zeus doesn't contradict the notion of Hera, right?
Sure.
Because it's within that pantheon. But Zeus contradicts the notion of Mars. Because that's from a whole different pantheon. That's a Roman pantheon, Mars.
Right. Yes, they're technically the same.
I mean, yeah, you could, but by the strictest sense of identity, you could say they're different, but you could just use a completely different pantheon. You could be the one Yahweh's from. You know, the one Baal and Yahweh share that pantheon.
Sure.
But you can't take those two pantheons and say these are gods because they're exclusive. Those two gods can't coexist. Those two sets of gods can't coexist because Greeks weren't henotheistic. Ancient Hebrew were henotheistic. They were both polytheistic, but from my knowledge, the Greeks were not henotheistic.
Right.
Because like the difference in henotheism, like in Greek mythology, your patron god might be Zeus, but when you took a trip on the water, your ass prayed to Poseidon, right? And it didn't. You didn't think that it pissed Zeus off by praying to Poseidon because you were on the water. You were hoping the water god would give you good weather or whatever. So in polytheism, all the gods are equally existent and relevant and stuff like that. But in henotheism, not so much. If you worship Poseidon, you might be talking shit about Zeus, right? Your patron deity might be at war with the other patron deity. You hate each other, or you may not even hate each other. You might not even give a shit, right? Henotheism doesn't lock you into worshiping all of the gods of the pantheon. You're not afraid of all the gods. Your God will protect you from the other ones, if you will.
Right.
But you can't draw a circle around these things. You can't build a grand Venn diagram where at the center that's theism. That doesn't exist. There's no such thing as that. And there would need to be that for concepts like atheism to be true. I mean, you would need to be able to do that for theism itself to be true, but I'm saying if you recognize that theism is broke like that, then atheism is just as broken.
Interesting argument. That's interesting.
It's like stamp collecting. If you don't know what stamp collecting is, because you ask this guy's a stamp collector and he collects hot rods, and this guy collects golf clubs, and this guy collects like some random other shit. Well, when you say I don't stamp collect, I don't know what that is, but the luxury we have is that stamp collectors is basically one thing. So when we say we don't stamp collect, we're just saying we don't do that specific task. This is the thing we don't do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it's somewhat meaningful to say that I don't stamp collect, but only in the event that somebody's asking if this is what you do. These aren't neurons you're holding in your brain that designate lack of stamp collecting, right? Because you don't do an infinite set of things. And if we had neural space occupying the things we don't do, well, we wouldn't have any neurons left for the things that we do.
Right.
And this is just like in chess, right? Imagine like all the house rules of chess. There's chess. Well, I don't play chess, but I don't play Mogi's chess. Maybe Mogi's got some stupid rule he plays by. I don't play Mogi's chess either, so that's 2 neurons I got. Well, I don't play some other fucking nerd's version of chess. And some other fucking nerd's version. I don't play any of those either. And that's at least 1 neuron per. So I'm out of neurons by the time I get through like all the non-physical contact sports. And we're not even talking about other hobbies. We haven't gotten into like fields like studying rocks and shit. We're just in fucking sports, bro. So we don't define ourselves by the negation, even though when they're brought up, we could say, I don't do that. But we need some kind of consistency. If we don't know what we're rejecting, we don't need a word to say that. We just say, what the fuck are you talking about? And then when they make sense, we could say yeah or no. But when you say yeah or no before they make sense, you have legitimized and done damage to philosophical discourse about the notion. Because you're now pretending, and you're helping them fucking pretend. You're affirming their delusions. You know how hard it is? You work in a psych ward, if one of the nurses or doctors is going around affirming everybody's delusions, telling them to watch out, don't step on the octopus, right? Oh, did you hear that too? Dude, that would be so fucking hard for you to make any progress with these people.
Sure.
Well, that's the same thing when an atheist sits there and says, no, God loves you or God hates you. You're affirming their delusions. You're like literally playing with the nonsense they asserted without justification. education. Why are you doing that for them? They want to play tea. You know, they want to sit down at a table and pretend like they're drinking tea with you, man. That's what the theists are asking you to do, to just sit there and play make-believe with them.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
You shouldn't do it. You don't need to do it. Get a better philosophy that allows you to shit on it properly. Because you learn shit
Sure.
there, man. Free your brain up from all that mental baggage and you start thinking in different ways, you know? Ways you never thought about before.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Forgive me, I'm like I said, I'm playing Tekken, and it's this motherfucker just killed my 8 win streak, and now he's win number 2. But what's your background in philosophy?
I just learned philosophy from arguing and shitting on other people's ideas. Sometimes I wasn't able to shit on it. Sometimes I tried to shit on it and then I just got shit on with my own shit. And I just paid attention, like, especially when that happens. You try to shit on somebody and it just bounces right back and gets on you. It's just disgusting. So, you know, whenever that happens, I will look at what they do. How'd you do that, right? And I paid attention when that happened. And then I started doing that to people. And I believe now I shit on everybody's stuff and nothing splashes back at me. So that's what I believe. But I mean, as far as I know, I could be completely covered in feces right now, and I just have no idea that that's the case, like metaphorically.
I mean, when dealing with philosophy, you're almost always be likely covered in feces. But that's the fun of it.
Well, yeah, but that's what you try to get rid of, is all that extra baggage that holds you down and shit like that. You know, like one trick I learned is that whenever I'm talking about like science and shit, just blame the nerds. Don't claim that ontology for yourself. Don't pretend that you know the shit's true. You know, just be like, dude, this is what the fucking nerds are saying. And then you immediately absolve yourself from having to prove shit's true. You just put it on the nerds, right? You show them the study that you showed or cite the textbook you read it in or something like that. But why adopt a burden, you know, that you're not prepared to hold, right? That you don't know how to cite your way out of it. It's the best way to do it. Just don't say shit that you can't give citation and get yourself out of the problem that you think you found yourself in. That's what facts and evidence do for you. So if you just don't say shit out loud that you don't have facts and evidence for, your job's fucking super easy. And if that means that you have to abandon a bunch of philosophies because you really don't know them, just fucking get rid of them. You think your brain's gonna like fucking shrink or something? You just fill it up with other shit. There's always something out there to learn, you know. We all learn all the time. I mean, I pretend that like Igtheism's like creme to the creme and all that shit and whatnot. It's part and act. It's fun to get people to say things to make me think, right? And this is an emotionally charged topic, and people are gaslit their whole lives, you know. So it's like a threefer, you know. You can have the conversation. You can help somebody think in a different way, and maybe they'll get out of their little headspace there, you know. And then you know, we get our catharsis. So, you know, it hurts, you know, at first, I guess, but, you know, I've been asked, you know, like, well, why do you go around destroying people's fucking beliefs and shit? Because it's fun. Just get rid of your belief and you'll see. It's fun to help someone get out of that shit. Like a lot of the times it's toxic as fuck because they don't want to get out of it. They love their, you know, spirit juice and shit. But when you get them out and they're like, oh shit, and you see their world just crack around them and shit, and then they make progress with your brain. It's interesting. It's cool. It's cool to see. You helped out one brain. They were stuck in a rut, and you said some shit, and it got them thinking. Theism is obviously a rut. It's a big fucking rut.
Yeah, I don't really get joy from getting people out of their beliefs. I just care more about learning shit myself.
Yeah, that's what you
So-
do. You learn shit, and you apply that to getting people help. Because you ask, like, where did I learn philosophy? I learned philosophy from arguing with people. They're the ones going out reading all the books and shit, right? And they package all that up into their personal philosophy. They come into a room like this, they say it out loud, and you just fuck with it, man. You just try to logic your way through it, see if it's right or wrong. You know, there's no real harm in that. The only harm that there is in that is from the cultural gaslighting people have, where they've put too much importance on an idea. You know, like their Christianity or something. I didn't do that to them though. Their parents did that to them. I'm just playing with fucking ideas, right? But if there's a problem with unfucking someone's brain damage like that, don't put that shit on me. If you think, these people are traumatized and they need this and shit because they've been beaten down by their culture, don't put any of that shit on me. I didn't do any of that shit. I'm just telling people that they're wrong, and here's X, Y, and Z reason that you're fucking wrong. But it's not my fault that they get triggered and all butthurt. They should have had a better philosophy. They should have parents that looked out for them and taught them better memetics so that when they run into people like me, they can shit on me. And then I get to be the one who learns shit or suffer cognitive dissonance.
Right. No, that's typically what most philosophers did for most of human history. So, like, good on you for doing the ye old-fashioned way. God damn it, I lost.
Yeah, I'm an anti-nerd, bro. I ain't a nerd. I'm an anti-nerd. Like, I nerd, but it's different.
Yeah, being nerd is fun though.
Do you have the qualification to be a nerd?
I'm a nerd about music.
I fucking don't.
I'm a nerd about music.
What do you mean you know about music?
Well, I'm saying I'm a nerd about music.
What does that mean?
I know a fair bit about music theory.
So is it 433 hertz or 427 hertz?
Depends.
On what, the tempo?
Whatever you feel like.
Yeah, but you have all this knowledge you say you have, and I've heard none of it.
Well, you're not asking the right question. I said it. You asked me, is it one or the other? Like, it depends. Like, it can be both.
Well, that's what I mean. You say you have credentials to be a nerd.
You're not explaining, bud.
Yeah, no explanation. Just music. I'm a nerd about music. No context.
Well, because the question you're asking is kind of silly. Like is it one or the other? Like, neither. Neither are true.
Drum and bass, like break beats, what do you mean?
You're asking about tuning frequency, of which you typically tune that to A4 on a piano.
Right.
The problem with that is that everything is relative to ratios, and that music theory at its core is more of a description as opposed to a prescription or even like normative. So I can really say that there's no rules to music theory, in that it's all just describing phenomenon and why it sounds the way that it does.
So
So
like,
when you're asking me, when you ask me, is it 144 or the other frequency you gave, I can't remember right now. Like you're asking the wrong question because it doesn't have to be either or.
can it be both
Yes,
simultaneously?
it can be both.
Nice.
Admittedly, I don't know of any songs that use both, but I'm sure if
Insert new experience here.
I mean, I'd be down to go experiment.
You might have to take like two songs that you can blend together, right? That can merge together, but like play each one at a different frequency and then flip flop it.
That actually would be the best way to do it. Because depending on the frequency, they do overlap intervals. So there
Right.
is a way to do it. I think Adam Neely actually did a video about this not too long ago, but like how there was like a tonal difference and A44 between like A flat and B sharp. No, that wouldn't be. Yeah, A flat and G sharp, but only like at a specific interval. I'm getting my ass beat because I'm talking about music theory and not playing Tekken. One sec.
Yep. You're a man. One thing at a time, sir.
I feel like I could have been a pretty good nerd.
Maybe I'm a nerd about like the ocean and Florida man shit.
I've just always wanted to know what shit is. And I think I just got butthurt over the years because it's just like we don't fucking know.
Right, and then what would you do with that truck full of shit, though? You know, if you had actually learned it.
I don't know. It's just my own personal meaning to reality. You know, I ain't a theotard, but it is weird. Like fucking reality. Like holy shit, it's fucking crazy. Like just look at it. All right, Zachary. Did you bring it?
Man, this nerd can't prove shit.
Why are these people like this, man?
They're new to the technology. Like their mom and dad just let them finally get a phone, so they're trying to figure it out. You know, like baby babble.
Zachary, push the button. Is he an initiate? Let's see here. No. This nerd is a
No.
fucking ambassador.
Yeah, he's a level 4, bro. I'm
Wow.
just a Shogun. He's up there.
Everyone in the world on YouTube saw him be a little bitch.
Holy crap! Just like Andrew Tate.
Yo, did you see Andrew Tate drop that phone?
Did you see him in his shoes, bro?
Dude, that outfit, man.
His pantaloons.
His pantaloons.
Dude thinks he's so manly he could dress like a girl and get away with it.
He stole Blanche's outfit from freaking the Golden Girls.
Yep. The Golden Girls, Steve, man. Fucking copycat.
Imagine.
Is that music theory also like game theory?
Game theory as in video game theory, or game theory as in just dealing with sets?
Sets, more so.
Yes, many people would hate that you said that though.
Yeah, I got that drift last time I talked to some people about game theory and music theory.
They're a little different, but I do get where you're getting at. I'll
You
say it
ever
like this: there's a game
Egypt-
theory and music theory.
Yeah, but have you ever played Egyptian Rat Screw?
No.
So it's like a technical card game, and all your numbered cards, like 2 through 9 or 2 through 10, excuse me, they're just numbers. They don't count for anything. But when you lay down a jack, your opponent has one opportunity to throw a face card or an ace. And so like jacks are 1, queens are 2, kings are 3, and aces are 4. And if you don't throw one in that, the person takes them. Whoever has the most cards at the end wins. So like it's one of those games.
Fun.
It can be, but it gets to the point where after about the third round, if you're smart, you will know which card's about to pop because of how it falls. And so I figured like that type of set would always it always ends up in the same pattern by the end.
Interesting.
Unless you cheat. Shuffle. If you don't shuffle, it does, but that's the point. You're not supposed to shuffle. It's called a Egyptian rat screw.
Makes the predictability that much easier. Fair enough. I'm actually losing to a blue rank right now. Well, not losing, but he's pretty good.
Bro, I play like Mario. Fuck that shit.
Motherfucker. Alright, good games. Oh well. That was a 6 win rate. 6 plus 10. 6 plus 2 plus 1 out of 15. That's about a little over 80%. So for a singular day, that's pretty good. I'll take that.
Are you on a gamepad or are you on a arcade pad?
I'm on a, well, they're called hitboxes, but I guess you can say a fight stick of sorts or a leverless.
Okay, yeah, not a stick and buttons.
Well, it is a stick of buttons. Well, but it's just all buttons. No, there's no stick.
Man, that's not gay.
It makes, for Tekken, it's actually kind of broken and kind of cheating. Kind of.
How do you move left and right or up? Buttons, right? It's not.
Yeah, imagine WASD, but they're just literal buttons.
Oh, okay. So you can play like Minecraft with this controller.
Technically.
Nice.
I'd say it's better for like platformers like a Hollow Knight or even like a What's the Souls like? I'm blanking on Blasphemous.
Soul Calibur,
What's up?
Samurai Warriors.
Samurai Warriors? Yeah, I haven't played. Have I played Samurai Warriors? That sounds familiar. That sounds very familiar.
It's like a weird game where you like run around and beat up samurais with like moves and shit. But it's just repetitive.
Samurai Warriors 4. Is it 2D?
Genesis.
No, it's 3D.
I would say no.
So you don't think you could play that with that controller with WASD? WASD.
I can see it, but like because it's 3D, you might want to use a mouse, of which the leverless controller doesn't have like a way to do it. But I'm sure like
No. Samurai Warriors, you wouldn't want to use a mouse button because that shit would be like all sideways. But hey, B or C, prove it. You're up. Prove your god. Come on, B. Let's go. Prove it. You got the mic. He's probably handicapped.
probably. Anyways, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go to bed.
Get fucked.
Yeah. See you guys tomorrow or whenever.
Get fucked. If I would have said, I would have been like, I'm gonna try to get fucked. Like that's my goal.
All right, River. Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch. Oh, hey, what's up, River? Welcome back.
What are we talking about?
Me and Mogi were just discussing how you can't prove the existence of a god thing.
Oh, so it's one of those?
One of those what?
The debates, I guess.
No, we weren't
How God
debating.
isn't
We
real
were
or
just
something?
discussing it. Like I was just telling Mogi that you can't prove it.
Oh.
That's not like a debate. Where would be the debate in proving a thing's real?
I don't know.
Do you debate with real things?
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't do that. If something's real, it's I just let it do the thing that's making it real. Well, I don't even let it do it. It just does it, right? What am I gonna do? Like debate a thing that's real and then it's not real no more? That's stupid. Wouldn't do that. So I'm gonna take it you can't prove the existence of a god thing?
I mean, he's not gonna magically appear in front of you, right?
Wait,
Isn't he like a holy ghost or something?
I don't know. I'm asking. I would ask you. Is that what you said?
I
It
don't
was
know
a
that
he,
much about,
and it
like-
can teleport.
I don't know that much about Christianity because I left the church around 12, and then I came back just recently, so it's kind of hard. So I don't know yet. I'm kind of doubting though my faith, kind of, but it's pretty tough if you can't even see him. But people have experiences or whatever. In dreams, I think that dreams are I don't know. It's kind of pathetic in dreams because you can dream of what you want, but I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself an actual Catholic, but I don't know. It's just
So uh, so is is your theisms, is it congenital?
is what?
Um, like when did you get your theisms? Like when did it start happening? When did you get your first symptoms of it?
Like when I didn't think that Christianity was right.
No, when you first started thinking it was real.
Oh, well, my parents basically raised me in a household like that, so they even took me to a church or no, a school church thing. It's like a program.
So
they
so
did-
about toddler, somewhere around toddler.
no, let's see. Well, I was 6 to 7, 5, 6. I don't know.
So
But that
like
was
a
a
young.
long time ago.
So right about the time that you started realizing you existed.
God?
No, you. Like when you started realizing that you existed.
Oh,
Like your earlier stage of life, like your first introduction to life is around 4 to 7 years old for a human being.
I think so.
Yeah, so yeah, it's basically congenital. Like you were born with the theisms, basically.
Hey, I'm gonna mute real fast. I gotta do something.
She's probably got to go poop.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a shit. Be right back.
All right, chat. We'll pick up this conversation when she's done taking a poop. Just sit back and relax, and you know, She got wrecked. All right, nerd. Did you bring it? ISIS?
I thought it was Isis.
Is?
I don't think they're gonna talk.
Fucking nerd can't prove shit.
Yep. It is good to have my account back though. Told you.
God, I went on a rant this morning. Holy shit.
Nothing productive, I assume.
What?
I said anything productive.
Me?
Yeah, you gonna prove it?
Prove what?
The God thing, bro.
Oh, you're putting me on the spotlight. I don't know. I mean, I just came here to listen to other people's perspectives. I'm a
So what
Christian and I
you're
have my own personal testimony, but I'm not, I'm not really here to debate. I just
Well,
want
you can listen to our perspective about your perspective, but you got to tell us your perspective.
Absolutely. I mean, I just had a lot of personal experience that changed my life forever, and I feel like, the fundamental. I'll give you a
what
little
the
tiny
fuck?
backstory. I used to be a Satanist, and I realized that the path of most people's lives, it it just ends in destruction most likely. It ends in unhappiness, trying to fill a void that can never truly be filled. And I realized that through my personal experience, my ego and my desire for the things of the world, what was making me unhappy, chasing the what the world tells you is success, what the world tells you is happiness, what the world tells you is love. Everything that I've been told ever since I was a child, trying to get that, being successful, having success, getting the things I wanted and still not being fulfilled, only to realize that, we're all going to die and that none of that really matters, and that you may or may not
Wait,
be able to scientifically prove that God
hold on.
exists, but that's not how
Wait.
God works in people's lives.
How does
God works
any
in
of
our
that
lives
prove
through
God's real?
experience. I can't sit here and scientifically prove to you in a debate
I didn't
that
say
God is real.
scientifically, man. Don't put shit on me. I didn't say that.
I'm saying
Yeah, so
scientifically.
do
I
it
didn't
however
say
you can. It don't have to be scientifically. Just prove
I'm
it's
telling
real.
you, I'm not here to debate. I'm just here.
So
You
you're
told me
saying
to
you
give
can't
you
prove
my
it?
perspective. I'm giving you my experience.
Well, I get that,
That's
but
it.
let's hash out something else first. So you're saying
Go
you
ahead.
can't prove it's real?
I can't. No. And
All right, then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
The Bible doesn't tell you that you can prove it to anybody. That's not how it works. If you actually read the Bible,
Wait, now we're
you
talking.
would
What are we
understand.
talking about the Bible for? I don't care about the Bible. That shit promotes pedophilia, dude. Why are you talking to me about the Bible?
No, it does not.
Yeah, it does.
Where does it promote pedophilia?
Numbers 31.
What verse?
All of Numbers 31. So a long time ago in the land of ancient Judea, ravenous Israelites were running across the land, and they like to have sex with prostitutes. And camping outside of one of the regions called Midian, Moses's army would go down there and fuck their whores. And God got triggered about this. So he went to Moses one day and he says, "Hey, man, listen, I'm pretty pissed. What I need you guys to do is go down there and fuck shit up." And Moses says, "Bet." So Moses goes off to his generals, and he's like, "All right, boys, listen up. I want you to go down to the land of the Midianites. I want you to fuck shit up. I want you to kill everybody and bring back their children." And so his army went down to the Midianites and fucked shit up pretty bad, dude. And took a bunch of spoils of war. Come back, right? They come back with it. And on their way back to camp, as is supposed to be customary, a returning army should wait outside the main war camp, you know, for a few days to make sure they didn't bring back herpes and stuff, right? And, well, Moses got triggered as fuck, bro. Like, he was sitting up on his, like, war hill, and he saw his army come in, and instead of waiting, he was so mad. Check this out. He was so fucking mad when they were marching back with their spoils of war, like donkeys and elephants and shit or whatever. He runs down to them, right? Which is like a pretty big no-no. But I mean, this is the Moses guy, so he can do it. So he runs down to his generals, and he's like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 what the fuck?" Right? He's freaking out. And so he goes up to his general, and he's like, what is this? And the generals are like, "Well, I mean, it's the booty, right? That's what you wanted." And Moses is like fucking furious, bro. So he goes up and he grabs his head general by his fucking shirt, dude, and he like pulls him in all stank breath and everything. And he's like, "Listen, man, I don't think I made myself clear. I want you to go back and I want you to kill every man. I want you to kill every woman who is laying with a man. And I want you to find every little baby boy and I want you to kill it. And then I want you to take every young virgin female who has not lain with a man and bring them back as your spoils of war," right? So Moses was triggered as fuck that they didn't kill enough people. So Moses sent him down there to kill every single man, woman, and baby boy. Literal infant baby boys, right? And then he said, rape everything else.
Now, did God tell him to do that?
Yeah.
Or did Moses tell his people?
That was God, yeah. God said
but
that.
Did God tell him to take
Yeah, it was God.
all of the...
Do you know who Moses was?
Yes, but did God tell Moses?
Yes, it was
to take the
God.
children?
Yes.
Where does it say that?
Moses said it
Where
for
does
God.
okay.
Moses said it for God.
God did not command.
Yeah, it was Moses said it for
Moses
God.
did that on
No, it
his
was
own.
Moses said it for God.
How do you know that?
Do you know who Moses is?
Yeah, I know who Moses.
Who is Moses?
But in the Bible.
No, who
if
is
you're gonna be-
Moses?
If you're gonna be
We're
accurate,
at who is
listen,
Moses?
We know who Moses is. That's not
Who?
what we're talking
Your
about.
last chance, buddy. Who is Moses?
What do you mean? Who? Why?
Yeah, exactly. What do I mean? You don't fucking know. Now answer the question
Yes,
that
I know who
honestly,
Moses
who is Moses?
Prophet of God.
Yeah, the mouthpiece of God.
Okay.
So shut
okay.
your bitch fucking mouth. I've
Why are you
answered the
getting
fucking
so
question.
Angry, dude?
Hold on. I've answered your fucking question like 9 fucking times, and your bitch fucking mouth keeps asking the same question. So yes, it was a command from God. It came out of Moses' mouth. It was a command from God, you fucking knuckle dragger.
That's just crazy. You can't
Yeah, I know it is
Facebook
crazy.
with
It
this
is
guy.
fucked up that Moses
You
is the
need some real
mouthpiece of
help,
God.
dude.
Yes, it is crazy that Moses is the mouthpiece of God. Can we move forward now and get back to the conversation?
Real hatred in your heart.
Dude, can we get back to the conversation? I'll give you time. I'll let that mute sit until you've calmed down and we can get back to the conversation. Hopefully you're getting it out of your system and we can get back to the conversation. So now that your question's been answered, did God say that? The answer is yes. God said that.
Fucking buffoon. I'm gonna.
Okay, so I'm just going to leave you muted since you think we can hear you. I'll let you figure it out, King Wizard. Fucking idiot. Yeah, God said it. He used Moses's fucking mouth to say it. You fucking reject. Learn your own history and your own fucking
Well,
Bible.
do you think it might be interesting if you have a back and forth with him?
I don't want a back and forth with the moron that doesn't understand that the question was answered. Did God say it? Yes, by way of Moses's fucking mouth.
So is everything that Moses said proclaimed by God?
Pretty much, he was fucking God's mouthpiece. He was the bringer of the fucking law. So when he said do some shit, yeah, there was some weight behind it. Jesus fuck. He literally commanded his army directly to go do these things. This is God's chosen army. Fucking knuckle dragger. How do you guys not know this shit? If I had like potatoes and like half rotten carrots, I'd be throwing them at you and shouting shame.
Was there anything that Moses said that was not endorsed by God, or?
Bro, I don't need to have that conversation because this is a direct command from Moses to eliminate the Midianites because God said so. Take your dumb ass to Numbers 31 and read the first fucking sentence. What's it say? What's it say? What's the first fucking sentence, buddy? Oh, what's the matter? We don't want to read the actual verses? Aw. Fucking pussy. Read it. What's the matter? You don't want to read it? You don't want to read what the first fucking sentence is? This is why it helps to read it. Read. That's why I said Numbers 31. That was hopefully you would fucking open your stupid fucking book. Fucking read it. Numbers 31. God said to Moses, go fucking avenge me. You fucking idiot fucks. Wonder why I'm toxic? You're a fucking idiot. You're in here promoting a book that promotes pedophilia, and you refuse to learn it. You refuse to fucking read it. How am I supposed to show you how your book promotes pedophilia if your dumb ass can't fucking read one fucking sentence? So fucking stupid, dude. Gotta put up with this dumb shit just to have a fucking conversation, man. It's toxic as fuck. Like, why can't you, if you're gonna go around demanding that people fucking take you seriously, know your fucking shit. This is literally chapter 4. In a real book standard, it's chapter 4. Right? Let's be real. It's the 4th book of the Old Testament. Your ass, like, you don't, there's no excuse. I told you where to read it. Numbers 31. Why did your dumb ass not start with the first fucking sentence? Question answered. Yeah, it was God's command to Moses, and Moses was doing as he's told. So when Moses says, go rape all those 32,000 children, that's God commanding Moses to command his army to rape little girls. Knuckle dragger. Like, seriously, shame, 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 shame. So yeah, that's how God the Bible promotes pedophilia. So I mean, dude, like, if you want to talk to me about how your book promotes pedophilia, we can, or we could just move on. I suggest we just move on and not even talk about that filthy fucking tome. It's like filled with dicks and semen and raping people. It's fucking absolutely horrible. They should make a scene by scene movie of that fucking book so you guys can see it, right? So you guys can understand what the fuck's being said. So you guys, what do you think happens when you open up the Bible? Like, holy light comes flying out of it and it's just all about like fucking hummingbirds and butterflies and shit? Fucking read it. Literally teaches you how to bludgeon children to death with big fucking rocks. People are fucking dense. Read your trash fucking pedo tome before going around telling people that it's valuable information. It's trash. It literally has no function. You can't smoke it because the paper's got fucking ink on it. You can't wipe your ass with it because it's not fucking quilted. It's trash. It's it. It's good for burning a fucking fire with. That's it. Fucking lame ass, fucking rape-filled fucking shit. And I gotta listen to people tell me, I can only be fucking moral if I read this stupid, filthy ass book. from the Bronze Age. Eat a fucking dick. You gonna settle down, King? Get back on topic, or are you just gonna be spurging when I unmute your microphone? Let's see. Let's find chance number 5. So yeah, there it is. Numbers 31. Yes, God said that shit. Can we move forward now?
Say it. That was Moses' command.
Wow,
not
you're
God's.
fucking.
You
You're
have no
so
idea what
fucking
talking
stupid.
about.
You're so fucking stupid, dude. Holy fucking shit. Well, no, that's the problem is you would have to download that movie off of the fucking dark web. For real. You would be arrested for having that because it would be the most graphic fucking violence you would ever see. Like, people don't get it. Like, Richard Dawkins was not fucking around in chapter 2 of God Delusion. It is the most grotesque God ever invented. Just read the fucking book. Your God literally smears animal shit on people's faces while manipulating their testicles, dude. Like,
Okay, so your point to him was that
well, he brought up the Bible. We were talking about some other shit. He brings up the Bible, and I get triggered when people bring up the Bible because it's pro-pedophilia. I keep telling people this, but it's like the word's not spreading.
well, the Hebrew, it can mean young female dependent.
Hey,
right?
I'm not asking, bro. I got a whole ass link. You can scroll up in my side chat. There's a link up
Yeah,
there.
the
It says
word-
how Christianity
the word-
promotes pedophilia. You can click on it, and you'll see based on that link, I don't need you to tell me anything about Numbers 31, nor am I asking you.
That's okay. You could just be wrong.
I'm not wrong. I have a whole ass link that details it, Ryan, and I'm not
I do know.
asking you. I'm not
I know what
asking.
the Hebrew word means.
You don't know
and I-
shit. I'm not asking you. What part of that? I'm clearly telling you. I'm not. It's not. It's not open for discussion. I'm teaching you, idiot. I didn't ask you any questions here. I'm not curious about your perspective on the rapey bullshit in Numbers 31. I just simply don't give a fuck about your opinion on the matter. People want to, they want information as to why I'm not interested in talking to them about the Bible. That's why. So you bring up the Bible, I'm bringing up Numbers 31 and how you're promoting material that promotes killing babies and then raping children. So fuck you. Like, I don't give a shit. We don't have to have a conversation. It is absolutely not necessary. Like, it's funny these turds think that like I'm gonna fight to have a conversation with somebody who's
You're a tyrant
defending
who's
that
just
shit.
mute
No,
people
you
to
could just
try to
go.
go against an
There's no tyranny. Just leave, idiot. Just go fuck yourself. There's no tyranny. I have no control over you outside this room. I'm just trying to tell you, I'm not looking for any kind of pushback on that. I'm of the opinion and conviction that the Bible promotes pedophilia. You seem to not care about that, and so we're just at an impasse. I don't need to have a conversation with you at all. I'm not going to engage with you. You're spurging out and such. Like, look at you. You're freaking out, man. Why would I have a conversation with you? Why would I unmute the cacophony of nonsense I was hearing from you? Like, I told you like 6 times in a row, I don't care, and then what'd you do? Basically told me to go fuck myself in my own chat room, and you're going to say it anyway. Like, no, you're not going to say it anyway, and I had to physically mute your dumb ass to show you that that's the case. So, I mean, you could keep spurging. If it makes you feel better, keep spurging. Oh, is this guy still talking? Here, look. Like, no means no, idiot. Chat, sometimes they do this. They'll, what he's doing, he's like leaving and rejoining the room. Because normally it makes like a little bloop, bloop noise. And so he's throwing a little toddler temper tantrum thinking that he's like being annoying and making like all this racket. But what he doesn't know is that I put it on streamer mode when these guys like freak out like this. So it's just funny watching him exit and enter the room because he's literally doing that little kid thing, like stomping your feet, making all kinds of noise and like yelling, you know, like little kid temper tantrum. It's cute. I love it. Yeah, I tried to tell you, man. I wasn't interested in like some weird chat rapist. You just kept groping me. And I was just like, nah, man. You kept being like, oh, but I want to disagree. And I was telling you, I don't want disagreement on that. There's no disagreement on that part. I'm not going to hear anything to the contrary of how that shit don't promote pedophilia. I'm not interested in listening to some shitbag gaslight me on how obvious pedophilia isn't pedophilia. Because, you know, here at the end of the day, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it out loud. Look, killing a baby is worse than, you know, doing the other thing with the baby. But killing a baby's worse than it. And while you're quibbling over whether or not the Bible is promoting fucking a child here, the verse right before it, because that's Numbers 31:18. The verse Numbers 31:17 says, kill all the baby boys, which is objectively, in my opinion, the more morally repugnant thing to do. So while you're flipping your little shit over the fact that your book or that book promotes pedophilia, it directly says kill little babies. So I don't give a shit about your infantile fucking brain incapable of understanding how I don't give a shit about hearing you justify the pedophilia in the Bible. Not interested. No means no. That's what it says. I didn't put it in there. Not my fault. Don't give a shit if it hurts your feelings. Stop worshiping a fucking religion that promotes pedophilia. It's the only thing I can recommend to you. Because I have zero wiggle room here. It literally is not hard. You can just rip that whole Old Testament right the fuck. You could rip the New Testament. You could burn the whole fucking thing. Keep what you like and burn the rest. These fucking idiots not understanding that simple fucking fact 4,000 years after the fact are sitting here having to justify child sexual slavery in the Bible. All you got to do is get a big fucking eraser. Bro, I'm on YouTube Live. Bro, I'm talking to the world right now, Win. That's why I'm saying I don't need that nerd. He's just giving me something to talk about, dude. He's giving me something to rant about. Like, look how these filthy fucking animals act, right? These fucking, dude, like, we're savages. We're all savages. We're barely out of the fucking trees, okay? Like, geologically speaking. We can still climb around in trees like monkeys. We're still pretty decent at it. We parkour and shit. You know, we're losing it with the feet. The feet are, you know, getting shitty for trees, but we still got the thumbs. We could still brachiate. I mean, dude, I mean, we're monkeys, man. We're a bunch of fucking ground monkeys. There ain't no way the human is a better monkey than, well, tree climbing monkey than any other monkey. There's no way. Every other monkey is just better. Our muscle density and shit just sucks compared to all the other monkeys. Oh, you got muted because you started like chewing on my fucking steak, bro.
Yeah. I thought you were, on occasion there's people that come in here and just kind of rant to themselves. I thought that's what was going on.
That half of that was, I forgot I muted you though.
Yeah, no problem.
And you keep changing your fucking name, dude.
I'll probably keep it like this for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, do whatever you want. I'll figure it out. But I mean, you get some crossfire and shit going on here, so.
It's not a problem. Not a problem.
All right, Apollo. Let's go. Let's see what you got. Come on, let's go, nerd. You got a name like Apollo, and you got nothing. Are you shitting me, dude? Wow. Wizard, you gonna behave, man? Are you better?
I'm always good, man.
I don't want to have to moderate, dude.
I seem to remember something different a few minutes ago.
I'm fine. I just think that it's fucked up that you mute me the second that we try to talk about something.
It's not. It's the way you're doing it.
That's not right. That's not how you have conversation.
It's the way you're. I promise you, it's the way you're doing it. And if you keep
just mute people because they say something.
And if you keep doing it, you're just gonna keep getting moderated like that. You're in the guest rooms, jackass. Like, what is he doing? Oh, I don't understand that. Like, why would you come here and just start crying? Bro, guest rooms. If you look here, let's try it again. Let's try it. Hold on. Don't freak out. You are in the guest room section. If you want the rules and rights that you fucking retard, dude. It's just like what a fucking dumb, like, the funny thing is, here's the funny thing, chat. All of my, like, mod powers only work in my specific one small channel. As soon as you leave my channel and go to another channel, you get, my moderation does not work on you. It's just to control my own home environment here. And these guys come in here and they freak out like that because they have some constitutional right or something, I guess, in their brain. It's like, dude. Man, that's just crazy. Nothing, just some guy who doesn't know how to use Discord. He's in the guest room section. On this particular server, there's a section called guest rooms. And in that section, like, we we get to moderate basically any way we want, right? As long as it's consistent with TOS. And they kind of do it because, you know, I mean, all of us in our section in the guest room say we're characters. You know, we got our own themes and shit going on. Our own, you know, each room's got its own theme, and you know,
like
we're free.
different boss battles.
Yeah, we just do our own things, and we can moderate however we want. We do, you know, we heavily moderate in the guest room section, and then in the other sections, it ain't like that, right? Like you don't just get muted. You can be a douche and interrupt conversations, and it's chaos out there. It's a goddamn wasteland. Okay, it's like fucking Mad Max. It's horrible. So I just stay in here, minding my own business. You know, I don't go room to room annoying people. And yeah, there's room hoppers and shit, and they kind of get lost. They don't know where they're at, and they come into these rooms and they get like 3 seconds into a troll, get muted, and they freak out. You know, they get mad that they don't get to annoy people and shit. Well, that guy, you know, I don't think he was just a troll. He was just triggered that his book promotes pedophilia, and I delivered the message in such a abrasive manner that his like sensibilities couldn't handle it. Yeah, that's what that is. Now, if you guys want, we can talk about whether I feel bad for doing that and get into the ethics of all that. I'm telling you, it's because I fucking hate when people bring up the Bible, like especially if I'm enjoying a philosophical conversation and then someone just like goes to the Bible. Because you could think about it like I'm brain damaged, I guess. Just think about it like that if that helps people understand that, like, whenever I hear about the Bible, I only think about the horrible shit, right? So it just kind of, it affects me that way. People be talking about it in this positive light, and I'm just like cringing hard.
Yeah, but what about this one time this super controversial book said something I agree with? What about that time?
True.
It's fucking stupid. I actually can't think of. I mean, I guess the Quran is kind of the same way. Not as bad though, maybe. At least not as prevalent in discourse. Because you're right, people will just they'll start losing a philosophical argument, and they'll just bring up the Bible. Oh, but the Bible is okay, and so you're streaming or what?
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Nice.
Kind of half paying attention. I am editing.
I want to know why so many people have a problem with even people like Ryan, that guy who was in here a minute ago. I know him, and he's not Christian, but I don't really get why people want to defend that so badly, like so badly. It's so important to them that pedophilia isn't in the Bible, even if they're not Christian. Like, it doesn't matter if they're Christian or not.
Yeah, it's wild because here in the United States, up until like 1920 or something like that, I think was 12 years old for marriage. I'd have
Even
to like
now in some states it's like 16, right?
I don't know if it's that low. I think that's, yeah, it might be, but it wasn't that long ago that even here in the United States you could get married to a significantly young person. And the farther you go back in time, the looser that gets. It doesn't get to the point that like it gets so young. I think throughout time we've known that young is young, but still our sensibilities of what young is today is a lot different than just like 1 or 200 years ago. So for them to like freak out that any group of people from 4000 BC didn't participate in just this absolute grotesque behavior is crazy. And what I love sealing the deal with those kinds of conversations on is reminding them that murdering a baby is worse than the other thing. Graphically in our heads, the other one seems worse, right? The other one. And murdering seems the least of the two for some people. But I think most people should be able to rationalize that dying is worse than most any other thing. So that's why I put murdering a baby at the top. So they could quibble about whether it says anything about taking a child as a concubine, because right before it says murder babies. So like, what are you really defending here?
Yeah, I don't know if I can agree with that. Like, is murder the worst crime above all other crimes?
What would you rather have done to you? Would you rather be raped or murdered?
I mean, people sacrifice their lives for things.
Yeah, true. But
Like,
what would
they
you
give up
rather
their
have done?
lives.
Would you rather be raped or murdered, dude?
Personally, I'd rather be raped, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably the answer most people give. It's because we say to ourselves, well, if it ain't that bad, I can get over it. And I can live a life, right? You're still going to be, all fucked in the head and shit, dude, but at least you'll have a life, right? So
I don't think rape would fuck with me as much as it would other people, though. So I don't think it's a fair.
And who knows?
I'm not a fair person to ask that question.
Yeah, you never know until like it happens, and then each person in their own way usually gets through it. I mean, but some people, they can't get over it.
I was like sexually abused as a kid, so I mean,
yeah, it's all on a sliding scale. So
I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, they are spending all this energy trying to defend that it doesn't say that you could take a child as a concubine, completely oblivious to the fact that murdering babies is the line right before it. So whether or not you put one higher than the other, whichever one you put higher, you know that the other one isn't much lower, right? And that's kind of the point, right? Is that whether you can't reconcile it in your brain, you can be rest assured that regardless, both of them are the most horrific acts that you could do. And there they are, right fucking next to each other in Numbers 31. So eat a fucking dick to anybody who reads the Bible.
Which verse is the one that is the murdering, and which one is the raping?
31:17 is murder. 31:18 is concubines.
Oh, literally right next to each other.
Yeah, right next to each other. That's what I'm saying. It's like, let's just say in some parallel universe, you somehow show me the Hebrew didn't say anything about taking them as concubines. What about the line right before it? Is it still moral? Right? Because that's what I mean. It's like all that energy they're putting in that one when the other is sitting right there looking him in the face. It's like, okay, well, it says you can't rape them. What about murdering them? Says it right there. Kill every baby boy. Let's see you get all ambiguous with that. Let's go to the Hebrew on that one, huh?
Well, I mean, I see people getting caught up in the nuance of stuff like that all the time, not just with this, but with other things. I think it's an ego thing, probably, mostly, mixed with like just a need to be right, need to be correct or feel correct.
I think maybe for like some of them, but I think for most people it's incredulity because they honestly are like basically coming in contact with the first time. It's the first time they've ever heard it. I think most people, it's just the first time they've ever, I mean, they've heard people say poo-poo negative things about the Bible, but to hear somebody put it so graphically, it's probably their first time and they don't know how to handle it. So it's that instant knee-jerk reaction. And like I said, I deliver it with such a toxic tone and a venomous vitriol to my mouth, right? Like I make it hurt. I make it sting, right? Because it stings me when they bring it up. When they bring up that Bible, it hurts. It stings because it's got Numbers 31, 17, and 18 in it. But yeah, like basically everybody back then did this shit. So yeah, why even freak out at all anyway? It's not like it doesn't say like happy are those who dash little ones against the stones or toxic. Like if you guys ever really thought about like Sodom and Gomorrah and just the ridiculousness of two angels go to Lot and on their journey through the village, these are death angels of fiery destruction. Okay, these aren't just like some little like bitch angels you might be thinking of that just like play harps or some shit. These are battle tested angels of pure fiery destruction and death. Okay, that's what these things are. Okay, anyway, they're going two of these things, two of them. You only need one to take out whole regions, but anyway, two of them were going into this city and immediately got threatened by rape. Okay, this village was so fucking bad that it was that bad that they were so horny. And like I'm asking you to believe that there was a village out there ever at any point in human history where they were so horny in that town that when two nearly omnipotent divine entities of pure fiery wrath and angel destruction of fierceness and fury were threatened by rape by ground monkeys, right? The level of stupidity that the best man, the best villager, the most pure of them sacrificed his own fucking daughter to be raped instead of, listen, he offered his own human ground monkey daughter to be raped by an entire village of people, gang banging his daughter, okay? So that two near omnipotent, practically God status, death angels of fire destruction with fire swords of infinite pure God wrath, so that they didn't get raped. Like the level of pretzel you have to turn your brain into to even remotely begin to accept that these, for one, angels were under any threat at all, at any point in their journey, okay? And then to think that a good man worth sending two fire death angels of pure destruction of God energy to save this man because he's so fucking good, that he would throw, that good guy would throw his daughter to be gang raped by an entire village of human. It's just absolute insanity.
Isn't this also the same guy that lets his wife turn into salt and then has sex with his two daughters?
Yeah, same story, same exact. It's literally the same encounter. Yeah, the fire angels of death, destruction of max power level fire swords of infinity destruction are the ones who turn the entire village into destruction, fire, death, pillar of hell, and well, God was the one that did the salt, but the two fire death angels with infinite power swords. Like you have to really be a child to believe this shit.
When I finally read the Bible all the way through on my own, as a young adult, I think I was 18 or 19. One of the most impactful things that really made me question my faith was the part in Judges. I think it's Second Judges, chapter 6 or 7, where God's chosen people are like stuck up inside a city, right? And Elijah's out here doing his thing, fucking off. He doesn't care. God doesn't care. Nobody cares about these people. They're getting assaulted, I think, by the Canaanites or something, and they've been under siege for so long that they've run out of food. And there's these two ladies that agree to eat each other's babies, and they start with the one and they eat the one baby, and then they go to eat the other baby because that was the agreed upon thing, and the mom of the other baby is like, no, you can't eat my baby. I'm full. I don't need to eat anymore. Like, you can't eat my baby. And so they call the king over, and the king is like, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go ask Elijah. And you go ask Elijah, and Elijah doesn't fucking do anything. And it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Dude, that book, that's what I mean, man. If we made a scene by scene movie, we would be arrested in production. We'd be fucking arrested. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even try to make fucking shit like that, but yeah, if they ever did try to make a movie Bible book that actually was biblically accurate, no way. They would get it like immediately. I wish we could legally do that. Like, when a Christian starts running their mouth off about morals and ethics and then points at the Bible, we should be able to force them down and put them in a private booth only they can see, and it pulls all that shit up like the AI shows it to them. And they come out all traumatized and shit, and it's like, yeah, that's what happened to us. Fucking dick. Why do you think we hate the shit? And then they come out all asshole. They're a dick now, right? They're a bunch of assholes about it. They're all talking shit about all the bad things they fucking read. They're no longer asking stupid questions about, like, oh, why do you hate the Bible so much? Like, just fucking read it. Your God smears poop on people's faces. Do I need to say more?
Your God teaches women how to have abortions. That's one thing they don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
All these anti-abortion people, it's like this is how you literally stick a hanger up yourself and get rid of a baby. Or like, this is how you I think in the Bible it's actually they just drink a poison, like a toxin.
Well, it's a curse.
This is
It's
how
a
you mix the
punishment.
toxin, and this is how you drink the toxin, and it gets rid of the baby.
Well, if you cheated. If you didn't cheat and that's actually your husband's baby, then the magic shit water potion doesn't cause your abdomen to swell, your thigh to rot, and your baby to miscarry.
Right, because there's no baby in that. Right?
No, you have a baby. You're pregnant. It's a It's a magic potion. So it's called Test of the Unfaithful Wife. So the idea is you mix the magic shit water potion, and if she cheated, then her shit would get all fucked up. But if she did not cheat, then she will be absolved. It'll be proof that that is your baby. It don't matter if you're white and the baby's black. If she does not die from drinking that potion, that's your baby. That's what it
says. Totally
says.
Normal thing to do.
Yeah, that's what it says. That's what these people, when they fucking talk about morals and then point at the Bible, that is the shit they are citing. And like, when you read it, to us it sounds ridiculous, but if you're a Bronze Age, right? Like, if you're living in like 4,000, 2,000 BC, right? You'll believe that kind of shit. You'll have no reason not to believe any of that kind of shit. But yeah, it's wild. It is wild that you know, like, if you ever seen that movie Battlefield Earth, the L. Ron Hubbard shit? Remember that little like learning device, man? We should be able to put Christians in that and like make learn, or like the Neo device, like jack them into the construct and just upload Bible into their brains. You know, they unjack and be like, "Whoa, I know my Bible." And then they'll throw up, right? And it won't be because they were jacked in. It'll be because they realized what the fuck we were saying the whole goddamn time about how it's horrible.
One thing I've always questioned is why they include the Songs of Solomon in the Bible. Like, what is that supposed to teach the Christians? That it's okay to lust after another woman's wife? Or I don't know.
Dude, what was the one where the punishment was that they were going to have your wife be fucked in front of everybody?
Is that New Testament?
No, that was definitely Old Testament. I forget what one it was, though.
Oh, if she disobeys you, right? Like it's a
No, it was a punishment to like a king or a prince. Hold on, let me look it up. Is it 2 Samuel where Prophet Nathan tells King David that God will punish him for his actions with Bathsheba and Uriah?
Oh yeah, because he cheated on his wife. Yeah.
I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in sight of the sun, of this sun. Or like broad daylight publicly. So yeah, he'll have your neighbors fuck your wife. Like, this is the trash that's in that book. Like, there's no reason that little kids need access to this shit right here. That's what they want, though. They want that book in every fucking elementary school library. You know, can you imagine some blue-haired libtard elementary school teacher teaching 2 Samuel in class as part of the Bible study? Can you imagine the amount of head explosion that would happen by the conservative right? They would be losing their fucking shit, right? And look, I highly recommend, I don't even need to say it, a blue-haired libtard would know not to do that. But just imagine a fucking world where one lost their mind and did that shit. Bro, like, it's like, how do you get mad, right?
Like, yeah, all your parents want me to teach the Bible. Okay, I'm going to teach the fucking Bible. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna force your Bible into the school. Okay, let's do Bible study, and then all of a sudden, this blue-haired libtard's being arrested for like grooming children. And it's like, no, I was reading the Bible. I was doing what you said. Read the Bible, right? You said read the Bible to the kids. Well, here's 2 Samuel. Like maybe.
Yeah, here's Numbers 31.
Yeah, maybe that's how they can use AI to get conservatives to understand. You know, don't use no faces, just like, you know, back at, you know, the heads or something. But yeah, like have a fucking a mock lecture in a school where little kids are gathered around listening to fucking the Bible being, you know, preached, and it's that shit. Like, show it, like, conservatives, this is what you want. Now you got pictures, you can see what we're talking about. Now your brain can focus. Is this what you want your classrooms to look like? And they'll be like, no. They'll be freaking out. They'll get mad at you, call you a demon, and then set you on fire. And all you did was show them you teaching the Bible. It's Bible study. You were doing Bible study. People are psychos, man. Just like, read your material. Why do you guys hate the Bible so much? Why the fuck do you think, man? What about that one time when Jesus said that we could eat pork now? It's like, yeah, okay, that's fucking great.
Wait,
Dude, like,
did he say that?
Wow.
I thought he
No.
said, "I'm not come to cancel the law. I'm come to fulfill the law."
No, I was using hyperbole. He said it's not what goes into the mouth that makes you evil; it's what comes out. People have
Oh yeah, he
twisted
did say that.
the people have twisted that to say that like you can now eat shellfish and pork and stuff.
Which, yeah, I don't think he ever denied the law of Moses in the New Testament, like at all.
No, he was just making a point that regardless of whether or not you eat pork and shellfish, like let's say you eat all appropriate stuff, you still got to worry about it, right? Because it's what comes out of your mouth. You're still an evil piece of shit, is what he was saying. That regardless of your diet, you're still a filthy
Yeah, because he was dealing with the Pharisees his whole life. These people that were like all about the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law. Like fucking trying to find a loophole in every single law of Moses that they could, while demonizing anybody that disagreed with them. I mean, that's why the people then were so fractured into different like sects. That's why they had the different like rabbis that everybody followed and all that stuff. I mean, that was the whole point of the Good Samaritan story, right? Like the Samaritans are like these bad people. They don't follow the law of Moses. They don't do what's right. They're like all about doing whatever they want, compared to the Pharisees who followed the letter of the Mosaic law to the T. And so Jesus tells a story about like this person who's in a demonized group doing the one of the greatest goods, which is charity. And so they all got pissed at him because they're like, well, bad people can't do good things. That's wrong. That's not. It's like, well, no, that's not actually how it works. Life's more complicated than that. But yeah, he never said anything about not following the law of Moses, which I think is interesting because most Christians don't get that. It's like, why? Oh, why do you eat pork now? You shouldn't be eating pork. Shouldn't you be like keeping slaves, like it says, and like beating your wives and like all this other stuff? Like follow the law of Moses. Why aren't you doing that as a Christian? As a good Christian, you should be doing that.
Well, it's because they borrow from our worldview, empathy.
Yeah, and they claim it as theirs. They're like, oh, what? It's kind of crazy in today's day and age that I still have so many people come up to me and they're like, "How do you have morals when you're not religious? Like, where do your morals come from?" I'm like, dude, literally inside. Like, my empathy for other people is where my morals come from. Like the ability to like see other people as humans and understand that they're just like me. Do you not have that ability? Is that has that been taken from you by the Christian church? What is going on?
See, I think yes. In the same way that adults do that with like Iran right now. We'll have propaganda campaigns to dehumanize Iran because we're currently asking our citizens to go kill them or be okay with killing them. We've always like dehumanized people, and then this allows us to emotionally distance ourselves from their suffering. So when you teach someone to devalue or dehumanize, yeah, that's the process, and that happens to adults, and that can certainly happen to children. You can gaslight, people gaslight their children into devaluing all of humanity, especially in Christianity. Christianity's main tenets is the utter debasement and flossy, nosy, nihilification of that is to evaluate something at zero of humanity, to say that humanity deserves nothing but torture and suffering for what we are, except for in the light of Jesus, right? That we debase all of humanity down to that most base shit level. That traumatizes an empathetic creature, which we are. We are empathetic beings. We are emotional animals, and we have empathy. And so early on, in very early stages of our life, we're gaslit into not having empathy for certain groups. It's not just religious people that do this. We all do this. This is, a function of humanity. It's disgusting. It's one of the reasons why I'm an ethical misanthrope. But that's when you have a religion like Christianity that promotes such toxic mentality towards humanity, yeah, these people grow up, and it's not hard to understand in that light why they become such horribly disconnected from empathy people, because they've been conditioned to not worry about that. Let the church think, let God decide. You just keep your head down and make sure to give us your 10%.
I don't understand why it didn't work on me though. Like, because I was raised Christian. I was raised one of the most dogmatic versions of Christianity, and I don't feel that way at all. At least I don't think I do. Test me, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's a question of why this and that, and it's probably down to genes, some combination of alleles. N64. Do we got ourselves a chat freeloader here? N64 Scorcher. Wow.
Did you have anything to say in 64?
Real shit.
Wow.
Must have been lost.
Yeah, I mean that's it's one of the reasons why I fucking hate religion, and specifically Christianity, because Christianity is the one that's touched me psychologically on the doll. That's why I just fucking hate it. I'm sure other religions and their holy books are just as bad. I don't know. I haven't read any of the Vedas or Gitas or any of that shit, so I can't really speak to any of that shit. But what I know about ancient Judea from an anthropological perspective and from the biblically, yeah, it's just horrendous. It's graphic. So it's simple, but yeah, why some people get out and some people don't, I don't know. It's not I don't think it's an intelligence thing. This is not an it's something else.
Well, I think you're onto something when you say empathy is part of it, because I've always had empathy. They tried to train me out of it. Like, they tried to say that, like, gays were lesser people. Like, that's something that I heard a lot in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, it's got to
things
be
like that.
something else though, because as an animal, we've been empathetic probably for millions, tens of millions of years. Empathy is probably just something that is a condition of mammal. It's not to say that other animals don't do empathy, and birds may have found their own pathway to empathy, but human empathy is more tied, I think, to our mammalian nature than our primate or monkey.
No, what I'm saying is, I think people who leave religion have a better connection with their empathy.
I guess that could be. The reason I just caution about that is because empathy is such a deeply rooted thing that I think, you know, this philosophy or that wouldn't have much of an effect, you know, like balance, right? Like if you think balance, what does your philosophy matter? Whether you're a Christian, Muslim, Jew, Hindi, whatever, you balance the same way. Doesn't matter. It's a biological function. And when we're talking about like what gets us out of religion, we're only talking about a phenomenon we've had to deal with as a species for a very negligible amount of time. So I don't know if it's tied to that. I think it's just a severity. It's hard to really put a thumb on what gets people out because talking to the amount of people I've spoken to over the years, you get so many different answers. Empathy is a big one, but I can't see it because I recognize in a lot of theotards that they are high empathy people. A lot of them in their group are very empathetically driven people, even if the machinations behind the scene are more nefarious, if you will.
But it's only within their group, though, is the thing. And I see people who leave
kinda.
religion who have empathy outside of their group more.
You're right about that, but a lot of people do benefit incidentally from Christains going around indoctrinating people because they do feed a lot of people. They do bring a lot of medicine and aid and medical shit during their missionaries and stuff like that. And love them or hate them, they do go out there and, you know, bring humanity to people. But I think it's incidentally. It's not their Christianity causing them to like do it. It's incidental to it. So I don't know, man. I've met a lot of people, and I do have to agree that there is a lot of empathy within the church, but I'm not really trying to say anything special there. I'm just trying to say that they're human too. And I would think that just because they're humans, the ratios of empathy are probably going to be the same as any other group. I don't know if you're right about. I don't know if you're wrong either, because I do see a correlation between when you ask somebody who's like more atheistic minded about morals and stuff. There's a more informed intellectual reason, and those intellectual reasons and stuff are statistically, you know, better, right? They're more informed and thought out and structured, stuff like that.
Yeah, they sat there and thought about it for a minute before they've opened their mouths.
Right. But is that empathy? That's then my question. Is
no, it's not. You're right.
Right. It's not to say that
it's not even rationality necessarily.
Yeah, it's like it's fine to reason your way to the most empathetic thing in a logical framework. But empathy is an emotion. It's a feeling, right? It's not a logical thing. It's an entailment from a chemical dependence from a social animal.
Well, it might also be your ability to handle like emotional stress.
Yeah, see, yeah, that's
like
what I'm
internal
yeah.
conflicts.
See, an epigenetic factor.
Religious me, younger religious me, when I was like 15 or 14 years old, I was pretty religious. I was very religious, and it was because I think I didn't have a lot of energy to focus on any kind of thoughts outside of survival at the time. So I was just trying to survive. I was just trying to get on in society. And as soon as I figured out how to get on in society, my brain moved on to like, oh, how do I ameliorate myself in like other ways, right? Religiously. Oh, let's try reading the Bible. Wait, hold on. What's going on? Why does this Bible say different things than what I was told? And that's, for me, that's what happened. But if I had been stuck in this perpetual cycle of like trying to survive and like needing that religion to survive, I would probably still be religious.
Yeah, who knows? I don't believe in parallel universes, so it's kind of like speculation. But yeah, I don't know. I think it probably is more of an epigenetic thing where it's probably some very complex combination of psychological priming, social cues, and your ability to be orientated with that kind of information by your environment. So people in the environment that are fostering positive growth or whatever towards certain concepts. um I know me, even through all of the any religious indoctrination that I was experiencing in my youth. Science was just a big factor. My mom did good in like sitting me down and in front of that kind of information, giving me access to science stuff, fostering scientific curiosity. That is probably part. Definitely, I've thought about it a long time. The memes I was able to pick up throughout my life definitely helped me process. I think in a lot of the questions that were put there by my religion, but it seemed that science had better answers for stuff, so I just kind of naturally fell into that. But it's so case by case, man. I don't think we could ever get to a point where we're like, this is the set of circumstances that causes someone to be able to get out, even though they may be heavily inculcated.
I also had to rely on, you say science, but I say like sets of rules to follow in order to change some fundamental. X, are you gonna approve it?
Mm. Well, you made the claim God isn't real.
Yeah, we got our end. Are you going to make the claim that you can prove us wrong? Because that would be your job here. Is the room's making a claim that God ain't real, and it wants you to prove it wrong. We all have our own positions on.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, so you go first.
What do you mean? You're the one who made the claim God isn't real.
Yeah, but it's a challenge, and you came in for the challenge.
Yeah, but you made the claim.
Okay, goodbye.
But yeah, I was in a position where I had to how do I say this? I had to learn a lot of things that people are normally exposed to as really young children at the age of like 10 to 13 years old. Like basically everything. And that put my mind in a place where I was always analyzing my own behavior, my own beliefs, and my own ideas, to where it's like, oh, what makes me best fit into society? What makes this work best for me? And I think I just kept doing that with everything: religion, my diet, how I view other people and interact as an adult, that kind of stuff. And I don't know, maybe some people do it just with religion and they stop because it scratches that itch for them. Or maybe it's the task is just exhausting, because it does get tiring to analyze your own beliefs and your own, like, what you think. Sometimes it's easier just to exist.
If you're not introverted or you like to be introspective, yeah. It kind of, I guess maybe that's why, I don't know. I don't know if I'm introverted because I was just kind of born this way, or I just got, like, because I've always been sort of awkward, socially awkward, so I've always been like socially isolated, but sort of because I don't want to engage. So yeah, I've definitely developed introversion because I spent a lot of time by myself, so you talk to yourself and think to yourself a lot.
Well, that's funny because most people would describe me as an extrovert. Like I make friends really easily. I chat up strangers without really worrying about what they're gonna think. That kind of thing.
I think I might have been more extroverted real young, but like I remember this one memory I have. I can't place it exactly where I was, but I remember I was just watching some people play baseball in the street, and I was happy. I was just happy. I remember just being happy, and my brother running up, and he just all looked angry, and he's like, "Hey, stop smiling." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Your face looks stupid." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Yeah, don't look like that." I'm like, "Look like what?" And he's like smiling and shit. And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Yeah, like make you like you look like." He was basically telling me I look stupid for smiling, but I was more like squinting, but it was like a smile squint, you know. And I just remember him, like, it's just this memory of that I have of him just being like, "Yeah, don't look happy." And it's just like imprinted in my head, man. That memory's been in there since it's one of my earlier memories, I guess. Because I don't really know where to place it. He looks real young though, in my brain. So yeah, I wouldn't even, it sucks.
So you never smiled again.
No, I still smile and shit, dude, but I just got this memory. I don't know if it ever affected me into not smiling. It's this memory of my brother just like telling me my face looks stupid because I'm smiling, because I'm squinting. And I just felt like, damn, is my smile fucked up? Do I look like a psycho or some shit? I don't know what I was thinking, but it just, left an impression in my brain. And then all of my flashbacks that, of remembering it, I built on it, like, what the fuck? Like, and he probably meant it in the best of ways. Maybe the way that I was squinting made my face look stupid, like maybe I was crinkling my nose and it just made me look weird. And he's just like trying to be nice about it. But the way it imprinted my brain was just like this: you can't be happy. If you let anyone know you're happy, you're in the wrong. It kind of is how it imprinted, but the logical thing is my face probably was contorted from the sunlight and I did look stupid, right? But he's a kid too, and I'm a kid, and he's just being a kid. He don't know the words, right? He's not a fucking therapist or a fashion designer. He's just, a kid talking to his little brother, But the way it imprints, it's not like I hate him, because of that shit. It's just this fucked up memory I have.
That's
brain
wild.
Brain is so weird how it works, man. It's fucking cool as shit.
And you remember that? How many years ago was that? Probably like 25, 30 maybe?
Oh, dude. More than that. He looks about 10 in my brain. And that puts me, he's basically 6 years older than me, so yeah, I was pretty young. I had to be, like 4 or 5 years old. It's one of my earliest memories, man. That's why I call it. That's why I call that shit toddler trauma, dude. It is not hard to traumatize a toddler, right? And any like level of toddler trauma is subject to becoming a permanent memory in your brain, right? So, and I guess that's one of my toddler traumas. My brother telling me not to smile because I looked weird.
All right, Mystic, you got it? You gonna take care of us? Rid us of our evil ways? Well, go ahead and get started. We're waiting.
Did you see my short, dude? Your fucking face is in it.
Goddamn. Oh, we got poverty windows in the background. I'm sorry.
What does that mean? An air conditioner?
No, I mean, actually, yeah, but I was thinking of the sideways sliding windows. If we're, yeah, I have poverty windows too. It's okay. We know that guy?
Not really. No, he came in the other day, and I made a short. My short about beavers. He was just in the room. I don't know if I was talking to him at the time or somebody else.
Yeah.
Prove it.
Prove what?
Prove you're fucking alive, dude. Jesus.
Prove. God.
Dude, take the Narcan and answer the fucking question.
No, me too.
Dude, I almost posted dicks on YouTube.
Dude, I just tried my maple cherries. Like I put some cinnamon in there too. And I tried that with my oats and some pecans, and it went really nicely. I enjoyed it.
All right, Wosar. How do you even say that? Prove it.
You got it right. You got that right.
Can you prove the God thing?
God ain't real. I don't see it, bro.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
Can't prove it. I
Then
don't
I
see
win.
it.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Then what?
What do you mean? Then what?
You said something. Then you're something something. What? I didn't hear.
Oh,
If I can't prove it, then what?
oh, I said then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
All right. You say otherwise? Are you saying otherwise?
Well, I mean, technically, all I'm saying is that you can't prove it.
Hmm. What do you? Where do you stand then?
I can go either way.
What does that mean? Either way. So you do believe and don't.
No, it just would depend on how my interlocutor's defining God.
Hmm.
So, like, if they define it as something that I think doesn't exist, I'll say that that God doesn't exist. And if they define it as something I think does exist, I'll say that God does exist.
Hmm.
Did just brain implode? What happened? All right, nerd. You ready? Frolic. Frolic. Fucking chat freeloaders, man. I swear to fuck, dude. Oh, Frolic is an initiate. I see. Yeah. Rip. Damn, dude. Candace Owens is roasting the fuck out of Erica Kirk.
Dude, it's just because she's responding to. I haven't even read what it is, but I can already tell.
I mean, this video, she fucking demolishes Erica. Because, like, Erica had the nerve to say that Candace was only doing this for, like, fame. And it's like, we've known about Candace Owens for fucking years. Longer than anybody's known about Erica. Right. And then she just goes through the fucking list. Like, she's like, all of my Charlie Kirk related fucking videos are ad free. I've taken zero fucking revenue, and I haven't sold a single fucking thing to make a single dollar. And then she just starts hammering her about how she makes those. Remember the video of her bragging about the hats and merchandise and shit, and wearing fucking glitter pantsuits and shit. Like, she's just fucking going down the list. Oh, God. Are we better, dude?
Everybody asleep here or what?
No.
Oh. Well, shit. Jit, that's good.
Dude, what are you doing?
What?
Why are you making noise?
Talking to David.
David ain't even here.
He was. He just unmuted himself. Jesus loves you. Don't forget it.
Yeah, but that has no meaning, dude. Like, the guy's just saying it. It would be like this one way, like, Jesus is just sitting behind the blinds watching me walk by and just like, oh, I love that guy. But, I mean, that's one way. Like, I'm not reciprocating it. You know, so that's like that gropey, kind of gross love, you know, the one where it's not being
Can you prove
reciprocated.
it?
Do what? Bro, I can always prove my shit. Can you prove it?
No, but I agree with you.
Okay, well, what do I say?
You ask, can you prove it?
Dude, goddamn this fucking nerd, man. This guy named Physics Explained put out this video titled, How Much Force Would It Take to Break Space-Time? And I'm like, dude, that's a good question. How much force does it take to break space-time? So I start watching it. And just like every other goddamn video this guy puts out that, you know, he says some shit like that, and then you want to learn, like, what he's just sitting there fucking explaining physics to you, dude, like the whole fucking time, and you just want the answer. Like, I wish he could, like, put it in anti-nerd up front, just give the answer. And then for all the nerds that want to sit through all the fucking gibberish he's spewing about symbols and numbers and shit, they could sit through it and just whatever nerds do when they look at this shit. Give me the fucking answer. I'm 9 minutes into this thing, and I still don't know what the fucking number is.
Like every 12.
I'll be so fucking pissed, dude. He better put a unit I understand at the end of this shit. And the fucking most condescending aspect of this whole shit is he'll just be like, yeah, if we just substitute bam, and he'll put this physics bullshit up with this, and bam, another fucking wall of physics bullshit. And I'm just like, oh god, dude, you're making it seem like it's shit so easy, aren't you? You condescending fucking prick.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, yo.
Oh, are you saying yo, Canada?
Yo, what's up?
Greetings. Do you believe a God exists in reality?
If a God exists, by my own belief, yeah, I do.
Can you demonstrate said God?
No, because I don't wanna.
Is that because you're unable?
No, that's because I literally there's no point in me trying to prove that.
Because you're
It's just
unable?
it. No, it's because do you know what a belief is? It's just a belief, okay?
Yeah, but is it held for good reason?
Yeah, in my opinion, yeah, I think it's a good reason.
What reason is that?
What reason is that? My own reasons, I told you.
And I was asking you to articulate them.
Can I articulate them? I'm not in the mood.
Is it that time of the month you're just like menopausal or some shit?
Exactly. It's the time of the month, bro. You get it.
Wow. You know how effeminate that makes you sound, dude?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, if that's what you're into, dude, I'm not trying to judge. I'm just making sure you're aware.
I mean, listen, I know you're trying to do this weird shit, but it doesn't really work that well.
No, dude. This is just what happens when you watch as much physics videos as I do. You pick up a few extra IQ points, and you can use them until they wear off.
Yeah, you just make no sense. Like you can talk, but
That's because you don't
you have no
understand physics, dude.
substance. No, that's because you don't know how to explain. You just use big words to sound smart.
Wait, what big word did I use?
But yeah.
Understand. It's a compound.
Guess that is a big one.
So it's like There's like a position that someone has, and then you understand the foundation of that position. So it's like you know what is all up under there. That gets you to understand. You up to speed?
Huh? What?
Wow.
Wow. Bro, you sound like. Speak louder, bro. Holy shit.
You might not be in the mood to speak louder, dude.
Oh, well, yeah. And if he's not in the mood to speak louder, that's whatever.
You gonna respect his feelings?
Yeah, I'm gonna respect his feelings. Why not?
Well, why not? It'd make you a pussy. What do you mean, why not?
Makes you a pussy. Okay, bro. You're just talking to talk now. Like,
I mean, I'm just trying to respect people's emotions from all sides, dude.
sure, buddy.
So you gonna prove it, or you still being emotional?
Emotional?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel. What kind of emotion do I feel right now? Let me think. It's gotta be. Actually, it's kind of weird. I don't know. I don't even know what to feel. It's like whatever.
It's called
They're
butthurt,
giving a
dude.
bad name to all the Canadians, eh?
Butthurt, otherwise known as melancholy. Are you melancholy?
Who's that?
You don't know what melancholy? It means butthurt.
Yeah,
But
well, I'm not really
perpetually.
butthurt.
It's
I
like
mean, that's what you do though, because you're the one who like started to like add harm.
No, it's not. It's like butthurt. It's not butthurt. It's like butthurt. It's more.
Yeah,
It's a
no,
less
no.
transient form of butthurt. It's like persistent butthurt.
Yeah.
You know how like there's that
Isn't
image
that
of
what
like
you're
somebody
doing right
just
now?
like looking out the window and it's like raining and it's all miserable. That's melancholy.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Is that what you're like right now?
No. But
All
I
right,
can
well
feel
then,
like you are like that
now
right
that you're
now, to be
emotionally
honest.
stabilized and you can handle the adult man level conversation,
I mean, I was stabilized
like
since
the
the beginning, but
masculine men that
whatever.
we are, let's fucking get naked and debate, dude.
Debate about what, bro?
About why you're so like emotionally unstable that you won't talk about your beliefs.
Yeah, because I told you, like, I'm not in the mood, bro.
Is it because you're embarrassed that you can't prove your shit? You don't want to say it out loud
No,
when we're asking you
absolutely
questions,
not.
making you say
Listen,
that?
I could care less what you guys think.
Then why won't you just say it?
What do you mean? Say what?
What it is that you believe.
Listen, like, I know you're gonna do that logic thing, whatever that. Oh, John gonna try.
I'm gonna do that logic thing on you, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna do that logic thing on you. Are you scared? Logic, bro?
But sometimes
Me get my logic on you?
It is what it is. Wait, stop being butthurt, bro.
I'm not butthurt. I'm fucking circling for the fucking kill like a barracuda, bro.
You sound pretty distressed.
Afraid of a good point. Oh my. You're gonna be okay, man. It's just a point being made.
I still can't hear it, bro.
Maybe you should turn me back up from 5%.
You're literally like on a 100% now, literally.
Bro, it's your audio. I hear him fine.
Gotta keep mumbling over there.
Is that the environment you need? You need someone to yell at you? You sub?
No, but speak like a little bit higher, if you know what I mean. Like a little bit. I'm not telling you to still fucking yell. That's stupid. Like what the fuck? Like
And so that prevents you from.
so what? Like
Good point.
speaking a little bit clearer, or that means yelling, or what? Are you like a quiet person or something? That you think like every word like a normal conversation is like loud?
That you're kind of defaulting to the meta here.
Huh? Am I
Because you're
what?
afraid of a good point.
And that's what women do. That's how they win their arguments, because they argue like women.
Yeah. Surely, bro. Like as though what you guys want to do all day is just debate, debate, and debate.
I have plenty of things to do.
Because you guys seem like pretty adamant about my belief. Like you guys seem to care very much.
I'm just trying to detard you, dude.
Trying to what?
Detard you?
Detard me?
Yeah.
Like listen, like that's why there's like no point in trying to explain because you're still gonna have your same position. Like you're not gonna
No.
change.
That don't matter. I'm trying to fix your brain.
Yeah. Like you have your own belief. I have my own. So like, what's the point of a conversation when you're gonna be like,
Because my
we're still
goal,
gonna be
dude.
biased.
No, it's my goal. My goal is to help enough people begin to think that they can all get together and help fix my ideas.
Why don't you do it in real life though?
I am doing. What do you mean? This is real life.
Like outside of the internet.
Dude,
Like,
we live
for
in a
example,
fucking
your
world,
own
internet world, bro.
community.
Life is digital. Robots are taking over everything. AI is up your fucking asshole. This is reality.
Nah, that is not reality, bro.
Ask ChatGPT what your butthole smells like. It'll tell you. Ask it what you ate last night.
They don't know, bro. Like,
Ask it.
We're not
Go
that
ask it.
far into the future. Yo, ChatGPT, what's my butthole? What's the stink? Oh, he's saying that he doesn't know.
It's fucking lying, dude. Just like your parents did to you to get you to believe all this God bullshit.
God. I mean, me believing that there's a God is by my own conclusion.
No, it's not. Shut up.
It is.
You got fucking gaslit by people in your society for this bullshit. Dude, these nerds been thinking
Literally
about
not.
God things for thousands of years, and you're acting like you're fucking doing something new.
Yeah, that's not something out of common. That's how some atheists are like.
That's how every monkey gets their beliefs, is they're inculcated.
But everybody has a belief. Like, sorry to tell you.
Yeah, we
like,
all have
everybody has a
beliefs. Some of us are not afraid to speak about theirs.
Yeah, sure.
Bro, I have a whole ass chat room dedicated to talking about my shit. So I have zero fucking empathy for someone who's afraid to talk about their shit. Get over it, dude. Just start doing it.
Good for you, bro.
What are you afraid of? Being wrong?
No, I'm not afraid. I just not in the fucking mood, bro.
Dude, you're terrified, bro.
Yeah, I'm terrified, man.
Yeah, terrified of an honest conversation.
Dude, I've had absolute
it's your reason
manlet
now.
dorks come in here arguing their position like absolute fucking chads, bro.
Okay.
I'm talking people you can hear the glasses drooping their face down, dude.
Wait,
People with like
you
curly
are,
hair,
like-
pale complexions and shit, duck lips. Dude, all kinds of different effeminate. Dude, I've had femboys in here. I've had transsexuals come in this room and have the balls to argue their point, dude. So, I don't know whatever fucking emotional instability you're going through, but it's not our fault. But we may be able to help you. But you got to open your mind to us, bro. Imagine like I'm a little mutant freak living inside some dude's chest, and they walked up to you and pulled their chest open, their like shirt, and I came out with like half an eyeball twisted at you, and I'm just like reaching out with like little arms, little like greasy arms, and I'm like, open your mind, right? That was Total Recall. You can't do it,
Pluto
can you?
Nash does feel like Ghetto Total Recall.
This is why it's so bad, dude. Like, look at you. Your brain is like blue screening, dude.
Yo, what's up? I'm back. What did I miss?
If I say it again, you'll just blue screen again, dude.
No, I was just like gone to like drink some water. Didn't hear you.
Oh, dude, you wiped your memory.
You what?
You were there the whole time.
No, it's not. I literally went to drink some water, bro. Downstairs.
No, that's what you were doing right before you walked into the room. Hi.
Huh? What room? Nigga, what? I'm not in a room right now. I'm in a hallway.
So was it your mom? Was it who did it to you? Was it your dad? Was it your grandparents, wasn't it?
Bro, what the fuck are you even talking about right now?
That gaslit you into believing all this God bullshit.
Like, is this a logic debate where we're like making assumptions and that's it? Like,
It's a question.
Like, no, they're not.
So who gaslit you?
Nobody.
Somebody gaslit you, dude.
No.
Is your name Romulus?
No.
What about Remus?
No.
Yeah, and somebody gaslit you.
Bro, what the fuck are you? Okay, bro. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Somebody gas me. Okay, like there you go. Like you're not satisfied with any answer. Like I tell you, so
I will be satisfied with honest answers, man. Promise.
I just said no and just said no, but who gaslit you? Like there's just
Because somebody gaslit you.
No point in trying to like debate and converse. Like, bro.
Was it a preacher?
Absolutely fucking not, bro. Holy shit. I'm not a Christian, bro.
Well, who was it? An imam?
No, I'm not a Muslim.
Is it a rabbi?
I'm not Jewish. No.
Was it a
A
guru?
witch doctor.
No, I'm not Hindu.
Was it a Sherpa?
No, I'm not whatever religion that is.
It's not a religion.
Or Buddhism. Well, what is it?
It's a guy who helps you walk up a mountain.
Yeah, no. ain't that.
Do you know what inculcation means?
Inculcation, no.
It's the process by which we acquire our culture. So if I taught you, if I said, what about who was the person that taught you how to wipe your ass?
Okay.
Right? Who is that? Who taught you how to use your own butthole? Because there's many ways to use a butthole. Like some people just use paper, some people squirt water on it. Like who taught you how to do it? That would be your parents, right?
In the early stages, yeah, sure.
What do you mean in the early stages?
Like when I was
who was doing it in the later stages?
Nobody. Like that's what I mean. I said in my earlier stages.
Yeah, in your earlier stages of learning how to wipe your ass.
Yeah.
It was your parents. But in the later stages, who was helping you?
No, in earlier stages when I was a kid, nigga. Holy fuck.
Oh, dude, don't be racial.
It's just a slang word, man.
I know, I hate it though.
Alright.
So you're just saying somebody early in your life just taught you how to fucking monkey, right?
Yeah.
That's inculcation right there. That's what it is. Like, why do you use a fork or whatever instead of chopsticks? I don't know. Whatever you do. Because somebody programmed your little ass to do it that way.
Yeah. Sure.
Right. Well, they also programmed your little ass with this God bullshit, man. It's not like you were at the corner store one day and you just had a conversation with God. Right? That's not how it worked. Somebody told you this shit. You picked it up having conversations with people.
I was gonna get knowledge then. Like, do you think that your belief or whatever, do you think that's not inculcation as well? Definitely is.
I was inculcated. I recognize that all this God bullshit is from Chinese. You know what Chinese whispers is?
No. What exactly is that?
Or telephone? Maybe you heard of telephone?
Telephone?
Well, it's a game you can play. They might have a version of it in your culture, but it's you whisper into somebody's ear.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's that. That's where you got the information about God, is somebody whispered it to your ear. That'd be your family unit, the people that raised you. And they had that happen to them. And that then and them and them.
I was not. Listen, my parents, like, indeed, they're religious, but...
Yeah, but we already cleared this up. You either got to pick Romulus or Remus. You didn't pick either one of those. So,
But
yeah,
they were,
it's
like,
the
hardcore
case. You were
Christian.
inculcated. I don't know why you're hiding from that. It makes you look weird.
Yeah, okay, now we're never making assumptions. We're back to the dishonesty.
You know how, like, you were asking me earlier, you were kind of criticizing me with the question. You were all like, what do you think? Like, you just did it all by yourself? Same thing, dude. I know you didn't invent this God concept all by yourself.
I didn't say it did. Like, what?
Yeah, that's because that's what I'm asking you about,
just said it
where
wasn't
you
by
got
my
infected.
parents. Like, holy shit.
Where you got infected. I don't give a shit if the person who infected your brain's name was Mom. I was just going out on a limb and filling it in. If it ain't Mom, then it's your brother, right? It's your brother?
No.
Oh, it's your sister.
I don't have a sister.
It's your uncle?
No.
It's your aunt. It's somebody, dude. You see the
No.
point? It's somebody. You're just not being honest. You know what a real person would have done? Would have said, nah, it was my aunt, or it was my grandma, or it was the fucking person that it was. But you're like a little bitch, right? You're like a little fucking bitch. You won't say it. You're just a little bitch. You would rather just play this stupid fucking game of 1,000 questions rather than just be honest and just be open and say who did it to you.
I literally
You're being a little bitch.
I literally answered your
You're
question.
being a little bitch.
And you're still like,
The more you talk without answering the fucking question, what's actually being discussed, is you being a little bitch.
I said no.
You're being a
Like,
little
are you dumb,
bitch.
bro?
You're being a little bitch.
No, you are.
Somebody
Man,
inculcated you, you little bitch. Somebody talked to you
Yeah,
about
let him
God, you
fucking
little
go
bitch.
mad, bro.
No, I'm just treating you like a little bitch or acting like a little bitch.
Oh.
Stop acting like a little bitch and answer the fucking question. Answer the question, little bitch.
Ain't no way people like you
Answer the
exist, bro.
question, little bitch.
I said no.
Answer the
Can you hear me?
question, little bitch.
I said no.
What are you answering no to, little bitch? What is the
Respect
question, little bitch, that you think your little bitch ass is answering? What is the question? You said no. What are
Bro,
you saying
you're
no to,
hilarious,
little
old
bitch?
man. You're hilarious.
No, you're just a little bitch. Yeah, we have repeatedly
Yeah.
tried to get you to talk about your beliefs, and you're just acting like a
Yo,
little
you know
bitch right
me?
now.
You know who did?
You're
It was
being a
God.
little bitch.
It was
You're
God.
being a little bitch. Yeah,
Yeah.
stop being a little bitch. You can do it, Canada. You can stop being a little bitch right now. You could just start doing it. You can start answering and engaging and quit acting like a little bitch. I'm going to give you one more opportunity to stop acting like a little bitch. And if you refuse to do it, I'm going to ban you from the chat room, bro. I'm done with it. I literally just asked you like 20 times in a row to stop being a little bitch. Answer the fucking question, you little bitch.
Wait, can you say it again?
Who
Bitch?
inculcated you in these religious ideas?
It's not a religious idea, first of all.
Fucking useless. Dude, holy shit. All right. So, according to this nerd, he says the surface energy of glass is a few joules per meter squared. A few joules per meter squared is the the amount of force it takes to rip apart glass. Okay. For most metals, it's approximately 1 to 10 joules per meter squared. So you go from a few joules to 1 to 10 with metal. Okay. To rip space-time apart, this is the upper bound. This is the upper limit to the amount of energy. The upper limit is, check this shit out. This is crazy. 10 to the 79th joules per meter squared.
That's a good amount.
That number is so far beyond understandable that they say if you take every grain of sand, right? Like if you go around, you count all the grains of sand, not just on planet Earth, but literally on every single planet that has grains of sand in all of the universe. Okay, so however many trillions of planets that is, you count all the grains of sand on all those planets, and you're at like 10 to the 52. You're still 25 orders of magnitude away. There's like no way.
I mean, I would say there's like no way.
Dude, let
But
me put it this way.
take a few sacrifices.
Look at it this way. To get so when LIGO detected the gravity waves given off by two ginormous black holes, okay, colliding, that put off enough energy to jiggle our space-time, to jiggle it by less than the distance of a proton. That's what they detected in the LIGO, is a change in difference over a 4-kilometer stretch. They detected a variation less than the length of a proton. And so all that energy to jiggle space-time, and that's all it could do. That's crazy, dude. Like if you slap like Jello, you get that like shock wave that goes through it, and like the feeling to splat. You know, if you flick like if you flick metal, you'll get that wow. You know, it'll send that shock wave, you know, whatever through it. That fucking vibration. If you think 80 orders of magnitude more twang, like your brain's gonna break somewhere around like 10 orders of magnitude. Just because of like what is the metal twang sound, even 10 orders of magnitude, it's just like crazy. It's like 2 orders of magnitude is crazy. Like literally twice as more twang in a material than like the hardest metal we got. And that's just fucking weird. Like I don't even know what that would sound like. Be just some of the craziest shit, you know?
It's even crazier that decibels are measured in orders of magnitude. It's like when you increase the volume by like 1 decibel, that's 10. That's a 10x.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is a lot of twang, though. 80 orders of magnitude more twang than metal. Space-time does not feel that twangy, though. Right? It don't even feel like it's in the way at all. Like, I don't feel like ever I have to, like, wait for space-time to get out of the way. It just feels like it's like you don't even feel it. But it's 80 orders of magnitude more twangy than metal. That's why I hate nerds right there. Right fucking there. Just, that is a direct example of the shit they fucking say just sounds so fucking stupid. Just sounds so dumb to say that, but it's like they got all this fucking bullshit evidence. And it's just like, wow. Like, these people will believe, like, a golem spell is just, like, mind-blowingly awesome. Like, they're just like, wow. Wow. Like a glob of dirt turned into a human being. Wow. And they, like, lose their mind over shit like that, dude. It's like showing a chimpanzee, like, fire from a lighter, you know? Just blows their mind. These people are, like, literally a dirt doll gets spit on by a cosmic fucking freak, and it comes alive, and their just mind is just exploded, right? In pure light beams. Dude, man, God. 80 fucking orders of magnitude, and we're supposed to take that bullshit seriously. I'm supposed to take that seriously. I can't take that shit seriously. How the fuck can space-time, the most un-in-your-way shit, even twang? Doesn't make any fucking sense. It's not twanging at, look, fucking hand's going right through it. No twang. This fucking nerd saying it's 80 times more twangy than fucking metal. You don't need fucking magic, right? You got nerd shit. Whatever the fucking nerds are saying is so much more complicating than dirt dolls being spit on by magic people and them coming to life. Like, why the fuck do you need magic? Just believe in that shit. Whatever this fucking guy on Physics Explained just said in this video. Just believe that shit. Like, it's physics has hieroglyphs. Smoke. You can make smoke in physics. What else does religion do? Physics can make good feelings. Physics does all kinds of shit, dude. All that big ol' ass world out there full of shit to figure out. And these people are losing their mind over fucking magic, bro. I hate my species so fucking much. Can you guys imagine if, like, every theist on this planet, instead of being gaslit into religion, was gaslit into science, right? And then when their brains got old enough to think for themselves, they were already primed, to think. Man, that'd be dope, dude. Like, everything would be automated. Robots would be doing everything for us by now. Disease would just be non-existent. There would be no such thing as disease. We would have eliminated it completely. Teleportation would be a thing. Probably would have invented some kind of alien perpetual energy device by now. and I'm not even bullshitting. They say that like if the theists just had not been so crazy throughout time, we didn't have shit like inquisitions and dark ages just constantly setting us back, we'd have been to like the moon in like the 1100s or some shit like that. It wouldn't have been like 1970. It'd have been like 1170. Imagine that. In 1170, NASA builds a fucking rocket and sends a monkey to the moon. In 1170. Think about what we would be doing in 2026 if in 1170 we had rocket technology.
Guy's got a fucking spacesuit with some velvet. Just a doubloon, space doubloon.
Oh, wait, hold on. This guy wasn't done. That was surface energy. Oh, fuck, dude. Okay, this dude lost me at like 3 minutes in, but so the other number was actually the the binding energy of space-time or whatever, like, and then now he's talking about the frequency that the energy would have to be at, I think, in order to rip that 10 to the 79 bullshit apart. 10 to the 79 was its like strength. So like the field strength of space-time. The frequency, this is the Planck frequency that I think he's saying would meet the criteria of causing it to break. This is some weird shit. That is a crazy hertz, though. What was it again? Yeah, it would be 10 to the 43 hertz. That's the Planck frequency. 10 to the 43 hertz.
Hello. Hello.